Well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We are so delighted to have you here for day 3 of the 19th edition of the Toronto Global Forum. Congratulations on making it to Friday. You have done it. The weekend is almost here. My name is Catherine Clark. I am thrilled to be your MC. I'm the co-founder of The Honest Talk. And I don't know if we actually still have Blue Jays fans here in the audience. Yeah. Okay. Well done, all of you. Well, what a morning. Either you're feeling really, really great because of the results, or you're feeling really, really not great because you stayed up so late to watch the results. But I'm a little worried. I'm wondering if we should stretch the Toronto Global Forum right through Sunday, because I think we're bringing them good luck. So I'm not sure the organizers will go for it, but wherever you're going home to, please take the luck with you on behalf of our Jays. We are live once again today from the Cogeco studio at the Fairmont Royal York Hotel in Toronto. This is our final day of the event, if you can believe it, and we really are grateful to all of you for joining us. We have many of you joining us online, but for those of you also who are here in person, thank you so much. And we are gathered on the traditional unceded territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, a territory that is now home to many First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. I would like to give a big thank you. You've heard me say it before, and I will say it again, a big thank you to our presenting partner, Cogeco, for their ongoing support. We couldn't do this without them. And thank you also to our strategic partners, the City of Toronto, BMO, Niagara Economic Development, GE Vernova, Sagard, Development Bank of Southern Africa, G20 South Africa 2025. Thank you to these terrific organizations for their support. Now, our conversations at this Toronto Global Forum are specifically focused on leading in times of transformation. And today we have the holy triumvirate of topics. We are talking about geopolitical stability, innovation, and technology. So we are going to be solving all of today's global problems right now. And I hope you're all ready. I hope you brought your A. And now let's get our conversations underway here on the main stage. As mentioned, we're going to be delving into major international and geopolitical issues. And to welcome our first distinguished guest, I am pleased to introduce Mehmet Yilmaz, the chair of the Foreign Economic Relations Board of the Turkey-Canada Business Council. Welcome to him.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to welcome all of you, all the participants, guests, audience in the room. I see that it's pretty full saloon. I appreciate about that. I think the way that I would like to start and make a very short speech is that I thought this morning you guys are going to benefit a lot from this panel discussion regarding to increasing the volume of trade between two countries, because Turkey and Canada, we have already pretty much business partnerships and relations on mining, education, agriculture, and I think we believe that the defense is going to be the next item based on the new geopolitical developments and plus new momentum, which created by the leaders of two countries recently in couple events shortly before, I would say last week or a couple of weeks ago. So I think we have great opportunity to grow the volume of trade, to grow the business between two countries, especially on defense. If you ask why, I think we know that Canada has a lot of expertise on aerospace, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, whereas on the other side, in Turkey, we had a lot of mileage on unmanned aerial vehicles, autonomous systems, and so that could probably be best option for matchmaking and diversifying the options for both countries. Again, based on new recent geopolitical developments. So there are always choices. We believe that Canada could be a good choice for Turkey. Turkey would be a good choice for Canada to develop the business and relations on defense. If you look at the volume of trade, it's not enough for us, $3 billion. As DAIC, we believe that we should be increasing this one up to 5 billion, maybe 7, 8. Why not? All we need to do is we believe it, and then we try to make our best efforts to increase this up to the levels that we are aiming to grow it. So I think I'm not going to be making any longer. And on that sense, I would like to turn it over to Ambassador Can Dizdar, Turkish ambassador to Canada, to Can Dizdar. And I would like to welcome you once more, and thanks for being here. And also I'd like to thank to the people to put the best effort to make this event happen. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've been here in Canada as ambassador for the last 15 months. Since my arrival, our priority has been to add some strategic dimensions to the fabric of our relations so that the Turkish-Canadian relations could be stronger and more resilient. In the meantime, the landscape in international relations has also changed. As my country, Turkey, has been located in one of the most turbulent and challenging neighborhoods in the world, we learned long ago that self-sufficiency holds the key to strength and deterrence. That's why we started to diversify decades ago and to invest in our defense sector heavily. Today, our export market is one of the most diverse ones. Although in defense products, our markets are mainly NATO allies, we have been able to cooperate with other friendly countries around the world too. Our global market share in drones is currently 67%. Almost all have proven their capability in combat zones. We have 96 shipyards. 33 of them are building our own indigenous military vessels simultaneously. One of them is an aircraft carrier. The remaining shipyards are busy producing icebreakers, tugboats, and other commercial vessels. We are producing our own main battle tanks, not only trainer jets, but also fifth-generation fighter jets, comprehensive missile defense systems, vast spectrum of warships, and so on. The current number of companies in Turkey on the defense sector is over 4,000, and this number keeps increasing. The total number of workforce in the defense sector is above 100,000 employees. The average age of them is 33. All of these give us a highly prominent position in the global league table. Today we have a good representation from Turkish defense companies. They will talk, of course, a bit of themselves, but mainly on the opportunities. We have a lot to share. We have a lot to do together. I'm not talking only about bilateral trade. I also talk about joining our forces, establishing joint ventures, targeting third markets together. I'm talking about creating employment by establishing production facilities, be it on ammunition or trainer jets or on more advanced technologies. With the kind of potential we jointly have, the sky is the limit, and I believe we must aim high. While seizing such opportunities will be highly rewarding in today's world of uncharted waters, wasting them would be utterly unaffordable. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and dear audience. I think it's the time to start our panel discussion. And I'm going to invite the moderator of the panel. He is the board member of DAIC, Turkish-Canadian Business Council, and also he is the chairman of SASAD. SASAD is Turkish Defense and Aerospace Industrial Association. Mr. Osman Okyay.
Good morning, all. Okay, it's my privilege to invite today's panelists. First, I would like to start with Mr. Semih Demirtoka. He is representing Havelsan, company of Turkey. Welcome, Semih Bey. And Mr. Ali Serdar Kılınç, representing Aselsan. Welcome. And Mr. Alper Güneri, he's the Deputy General Manager of Roketsan company. And I'll take my seat also, and we'll start our panel. So I would like to start by thanking our esteemed ambassador for his remarks on Turkey-Canada business relations, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you all today here. And let me start by introducing myself very quickly. My name is Osman Okyay. I'm the Turkey-Canada board member, Business Council board member, and I also chaired. I'm also a vice chairman of Kale Group of companies, and Kale Group is an industrial conglomerate, and part of our business is in defense and aerospace. We build turbojet engines, electromechanical actuators, and small arms, and we also build parts and components for world's largest OEMs, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and so forth. Today's theme is shaping the future of security and defense in an evolving global landscape, which is deeply relevant in the contemporary conjuncture. The transatlantic alliance is going through a major redefinition. Technology, security, and industry has never been this close. It is a strategic space that requires an ecosystem-level focus, and I believe that both Turkey and Canada have important roles to play in this transformation. Turkey, over the past 2 decades, has been building a dynamic and self-reliant defense ecosystem. UAVs, missile and rocket systems, propulsion technologies, electronics, advanced manufacturing, as well as many others. These achievements have strengthened our national capabilities as well as NATO's collective resilience, especially in a region characterized by instability. Canada, on the other hand, brings world-class expertise in aerospace, AI integration, cyber resilience, and Arctic security. Together, we have the potential to create a stronger transatlantic bridge, one that combines technological innovation with industrial cooperation and strategic autonomy with alliance cohesion. At this point, I'd like to bring our esteemed panelists to your attention. We are fortunate today to have with us 3 distinguished voices, as I already introduced them to you. Mr. Alper Güneri, representing Roketsan company. Roketsan is a rocket and missile manufacturer of Turkey, and they also have space programs. Aselsan is represented by Mr. Ali Kılınç. He is the Director of Business Development and Marketing at Aselsan, and Aselsan is Turkey's largest defense firm and also defense electronics firm as well, known for its advanced solutions in communication, radar, electronic warfare, and command and control systems. And finally, Mr. Semih Demirtoka. He is the Business Development Director at Havelsan, one of Turkey's defense giants, working at the intersection of defense and information technologies with a focus on C4ISR, naval combat systems, intelligence systems, as well as other applications critical for Turkey's and our allies' security architecture. We'll explore together how these ecosystems can collaborate to build a shared, resilient transatlantic future. With that, I'd like to begin our discussion with our discussion. And first, I would like to invite Mr. Alper Güneri from Roketsan to share his perspective. And my question to Alper Bey, as you know, Turkey has faced some of the most complex security dynamics in NATO's neighborhood, from counterterrorism to hybrid warfare. Roketsan have been at the forefront of developing indigenous capabilities in response to such events. How have these experiences shaped Turkey's understanding of deterrence and strategic autonomy? And what lessons could this offer to allies seeking greater operational flexibility in their own defense planning? Alper Bey.
Thank you very much. Actually, over past decades, Turkey has stood at the front line of some of the NATO's most complex security challenges: counterterrorism, regional problems. At the end, it's a hybrid warfare. For our defense sector, this is a part of our life. We immediately respond all these challenges. We have to deploy the system as quick as possible. And at the end, we are reach a state that I can define as a constant state of readiness, actually. What emerged from this experience is not just a strong military posture, but a production-driven defense ecosystem, one that connects design, manufacturing, operational feedback into the single and adaptive loop. We deploy our systems, we learn, we get feedback from the users, and with that iterative procedures, we get an important achievement, I believe. Maybe I can just very shortly inform you about my company at that stage. My company was established back on '88. It was an alliance program, Euro Stinger program. And since then, we start deploying, designing, and developing indigenous national systems for our local customer, Turkish MOD, and also our international customer. Current product portfolio covers tactical systems, air defense, naval and land warfare, and all related technology and services within the scope of all these systems. Now, Roketsan has been listed among the Defense News Top 100 since a couple of years. And I think most importantly, 40% of our total sales coming from the export, which I believe a clear reflection of our global competitiveness. The companies like Roketsan in Turkey or Aselsan, Havelsan, we are the backbone of Turkish defense achievements. And by extension, it deterrence and strategical autonomy, actually. Around these anchors, we have built a capable supply chain ecosystems, many R&D centers and universities, and our second tier, third tier supply chains. Together, we built this system. This structure ensures that when a new requirement appears in the field, it can be translated into a solution quickly. This agility has now become a part of Turkey's strategical identity, I believe. The ability to detect, decide, and rapidly support our customer, our national customer, first of all, of course. The nation truly deters when it can not only deploy a system, but produce it, sustain and evolve it continuously. In that sense, industrial capacity of Turkish defense industry is the strategical resilience. The second important part, I believe, is that the production. Production is one of the key discussion, I believe, all around the world as an important problem. This is why Turkey can field new systems quickly, keep them cost effective, and adopt them and export them all around the world. I think another keyword here is production itself. I mean, today defense environment, the production capacity translates directly into a deterrence. We must produce in numbers, in high numbers. So what we are trying to do is actually arrange our investments and make that investment to support our ecosystem to produce and deploy rapidly. This is another important aspect we are working on. Another pillar is, I believe, is that our strategical management and decision excellence. That's also something I would like to address here. This is the top-down process, starting from our government and all organization in that field, including the Ministry of Turkish National Defense and also SSB. These are support our activities in detail, and we can call this a management excellence, in other words. And finally, I would like to emphasize that deterrence is no longer just a military concept. What we have achieved here in Roketsan and more broadly in Turkey is a redefinition of the entire ecosystems, where deterrence is also industrial and technological. We have shown that when design, production, and strategy are synchronized and in confidence, that's help us to solve our problems in our region. And if we can work together, we can build together. That will, I believe, secure our future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Güneri. And from your speech, I take a few notes. In Turkey, in Turkish defense and aerospace industry, we build wide span of products for deterrence in a very quickly manner. That's what makes Turkey a defense and aerospace industry stand out for. So thank you very much again. So now I turn to Mr. Kılınç. Mr. Kılınç, Turkey's defense industry has also become known for its agility in digital systems, especially in command control and electronic warfare capabilities that now operate seamlessly across domains. From Aselsan's perspective, how can these advances contribute to NATO's next generation interoperability goals? What kind of digital or data infrastructure is still needed to strengthen cooperation with allied industries like those in Canada?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Actually, what we see is the war is changing. The world is changing and the war is changing. Especially for NATO, it started with Afghanistan. It was MANPADS, one-to-one engagements. Then Libya came, and NATO again worked against RF threats as well, but they were not connected, so it was okay. Then Syria came, and in Syria, NATO could not respond because everything was connected. All the air defense systems were connected in Syria, the Russian air defense systems. So you are not able to do one-on-one engagements anymore, and we have been discussing this at NATO a lot. So on our side, everything shall be connected as well. So we started to talk about multi-domain operations, electromagnetic spectrum operations. Actually, my background is on electronic warfare. I worked for 21 years in electronic warfare domain, started as systems engineer, project manager for Kaan Aircraft, and also as the electronic warfare programs director. I was very much involved in what was going on there. So when you talk about air defense systems integrated, electronic warfare systems or combat management systems on your side has to be integrated as well. So that started maybe 15 years ago. We were doing standalone systems. All the NATO countries were doing standalone systems, but then the command control has come into the picture. Now it's even C5, the cyber is added there. And within this mindset, whatever we develop, as Aselsan, Roketsan, Havelsan, it doesn't matter. They all have to be connected to the command and control structures, actually. Everything can be managed from the capital or the crisis center near the border. It doesn't matter. But any equipment, sometimes it's a $500 million airborne standoff jammer or $50,000 jammer at the very edge of the front line. So we had to connect anything we developed within these systems. And why, actually? Because the war changed, and also there are layers of air defense systems, but now there is also the drone threat. I mean, we were talking about fighters, helicopters, or missiles before, but we see now with I mean, the world sees with the Ukraine war, but for Turkey, the drone threat was there for at least 10 years before the Ukraine war, actually. And within those threats, we are also seeing something different. In Poland, a couple of weeks ago, there were 16 Shahid threats, with 11 of them eliminated with each of them $3 million missiles against $10,000 UAVs. Yes, you can do that for 11 of them, or 16 of them. That's feasible, that's sustainable maybe. But in Kiev, every night, 500 Shahids are coming. So it means that you need to find sustainable solutions. It's not about having the best missile system with you, but you have a layered architecture. What Turkey developed within the last years especially is Steel Dome. Maybe I can give just some brief information about that. It is not the steel version of Iron Dome. Iron Dome is the very short-range level of Israel. There is David Sling, there is Arrow Tree, etc. But Steel Dome is something which is based on the backbone connection, actually. Everything is connected because we have a lot of different threats now. And for the sustainability purpose, the threat evaluation weapon assignment algorithms has to be modified as well. So we mix a layer of sensors and layer of effectors, actually, to find the most sustainable solution against any type of threat. So what we call is multi-sensor, multi-effector, multi-domain, multidisciplinary integration on the Steel Dome. And within this, then you can fire $3,000 smart ammunitions against $10,000 UAVs, or you can fire still missiles, air defense missiles, to the other systems. But this is the architecture where NATO is going there as well. That's why this year we had the privilege of being selected by NATO for the 5 companies to work on modular ground-based air defense architecture of NATO. That's Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Thales, Airbus, and Aselsan. Because we are very much experienced in this area, we are now providing our support to NATO future GBET architecture. And this is actually happening by the help of our integration efforts with NATO. As the second part of the question, I can mention that the #1 requirement in Turkey for any defense electronics program or defense program, it has to be NATO compatible. It's the #1 requirement. All the interfaces has to be NATO integrated. And we qualify that with our end user, but that's not enough, never enough for our end user. We go to NATO trials. CIVIX is the trial for air defense system integration. Just this June, we have shown that our long-range missile system, air defense system, SIPER, is interoperable with NATO. Last year, we have shown HISAR, the medium-range, and very short-range Korkut systems. They're all integrated, and that's demonstrated at NATO. Even for the EW, there are C4 trials of NATO that it shows that we can work together. And it brings us a good point, actually, from Canada's perspective and Turkey's perspective. You have the NATO infrastructure as well. If you didn't tweak a lot, let's say, they call it tweaking, actually, but it's bending the NATO Stanak rules. We joke about that in NATO a lot. Everything is plug and play then. So we also see in Qatar that depending on a single country for all your defense needs, especially for Canada, we can think about the US-based solutions. You need diversification. And within this diversification effort, with the production capacity that we have developed within the last years, all the major systems, everyday combat-proven systems we have, which is only a few countries in NATO had the chance maybe to deal with S-300, S-400 in the field. We had to develop a lot of stuff for EW stuff for the UAVs, RPAS, remotely piloted airborne systems, etc. So the solutions are ready in Turkey. And Canada needs diversification, but of course you need to do something yourself as well. I mean, self-reliance is very important. And within this area, the good thing is Turkey is open to share its technologies. So we are performing transfer of technology programs, transfer of production programs, or co-development programs. There are very good companies in Canada, especially in aerospace and also aircraft industry like Bombardier, etc. You have a lot of platform manufacturers that we can work together. And we can bring...
Mr. Kılıç, I'll come back to the Turkey-Canada cooperation. So
Yeah,
let's leave it for
I'll
the second
come to that
question.
point later on. Just to mention, within all these efforts to continue between Turkey and Canada and or NATO perspective, the good thing is all the systems are connected in Turkey. They are connected through NATO interfaces. So we are going to have really less to invest in the interoperability issues. We already work together, fight together with Canada in NATO trials, and we can expand that capabilities altogether. That's what I would mention.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. My third question, actually, and thank you very much for emphasizing on cost effectiveness, connectivity, and interoperability. You know, these are the keywords of today's defense world, I must admit. So my first question to Mr. Demirtoka, representing Havelsan. Given the Turkish defense industry's growing role within NATO alliance, which places increasing emphasis on multi-domain operations as a strategic priority, spanning land, sea, air, space, and cyber, how is Havelsan adapting its C4 ISR and simulation technologies to enable seamless integration across these domains? And how, and from Havelsan's perspective, how do you see the role of digital twin and AI-based decision support evolving in this concept? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished colleagues and partners. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss this multi-domain operations subject that is at the very center of modern alliance, basically. First of all, let me briefly tell you about the company, my company, Havelsan, that I'm representing today. We are a top leading defense technology company of Turkey, and we were founded, established in 1982, wholly owned by Turkish Armed Forces Foundation. We are not a platform manufacturers, like basically, no, here we have another 15, 20 minutes. So I want you to remember my company as much as I'm gonna explain in keywords. Basically, we are not a platform manufacturer. We are a systems integrator that makes all these platforms, sensors, radars, sonars, command centers to work with each other, to talk to each other, basically. We are the systems integrator, and that's our philosophy. We have other products as well, but since I have limited time, I'm gonna concentrate on this mostly, since that is also the main topic of today. In that way, all these systems can work as one fighting unit, basically. We have 4 core competency areas at Havelsan. Number 1 is command control technologies, core competency. The second one is simulation and autonomous systems. Third one is information and communication technologies. That is more government, civilian side of ours. And also, last but not least, homeland and cybersecurity solutions, where we do border security, critical pipeline security, critical facility security kind of solutions that we provide, basically. So we don't build the ship, but we make the ship fight as part of a network, basically. That's you can remember us in that way. We are the glue, we are the nervous system, all of these systems. So from artillery fire control, naval combat management systems, to UAVs, USVs, UGVs, teaming, basically, we connect them to all each other. So we all know what multi-domain operation, but just in one sentence, coordinating effects across land, sea, air, space, and cyber, and basically actions in one domain, creating leverage on all domains, basically. That's what multi-domain operations. You can do faster decisions with the help of MDO, better targeting. You can overwhelm the enemy faster. I mean, war of attritions, like, you know, those are the worst worst wars ever in the history. So you don't want war of attrition. You want a swift victory, basically. So you can overwhelm the enemy with the help of MDO, higher survivability and efficiency. Now, the core problem back in good old days, you know, our older C4ISR was built when each domain mostly worked in itself, in its own domain. Navy with its own CMS, Air Force with C2, and Army on separate tactical networks, not talking to each other. They are doing their own business, basically. But now it all changed because my colleagues here from Roketsan, Aselsan, you know, they have all these nice systems, basically. Like I can do an abstraction of a use case. A real use case is basically a missile threat can start from space domain and then push through the air defense networks. Like right now, it's all resonating with all of us, basically. And then naval surface air missiles can engage. Okay, so space detection, but then naval SAMs, basically engaging to the threat. So that is the abstraction of a real use case scenario. So let me go back to Havelsan. So our C4ISR architecture is on open standards, and in a few minutes I'm gonna give you examples where we do collaboration with NATO. But first let me give you a brief explanation. Our C4ISR architecture is on open standards and service-oriented principles. I don't know how many of you here like pure IT related, but I'm kind of, my background, I'm IT related as well. So this service-oriented is like microservice architecture in software development, which basically gave us all the products after 2010 that we are using and enjoying right now. So basically, that needs to come to war technology. That openness with security needs to come, and that's why right now modular open system architecture, service open system architecture kind of philosophies are now being tested and developed right now, actually. So our advanced combat management system as the operational core of Turkish naval platform, it's not a proprietary closed system, but it has a federated architecture. And basically, when a Turkish frigate operates in a NATO task force, its combat management system, CMS, must seamlessly share track data, coordinate engagement zones, and receive targeting information between the allied forces, basically, seamlessly and in an instant. It needs to do that. And there's this NFFI, NATO's Friendly Force Information Systems, ensuring Turkish land forces can plug into allied operational networks during joint exercises and operations. So during these exercises, they are testing this interoperability and collaboration. That way, God forbid, if something happens, you know, you don't have to wait for systems to go up. As Mr. Ali Kılınç explained, we also, as Havelsan, participated at NATO's Civics 2025 exercises, and 6 of Havelsan's capabilities basically passed NATO's interoperability, assurance verification and validation, AVV tests, and Federation mission networking tests, basically. And also, just this year in February 2025, in a city called Eskişehir in Turkey, Turkish Air Force Eskişehir Air Base, we had NATO commanders there to see our interoperability capabilities. And also we participated in the Industrial Day event at NATO Aircom in Ramstein, also showed all these capabilities because commanders, they need to talk to each other. They need to share with them the recent threats and what might come up, and then to see if the systems are up for the challenge, basically. And also, I'm just going to be closing up. And also the last part of the question was digital twin and AI. I was listening a podcast like when I was coming back here. If I'm not mistaken, the growth of United States this year, if you take AI data centers apart aside, only 0.1%. So like this year, 2025, US is basically, investing all this money to the AI data centers, basically putting all the stakes. So I'm gonna come back to digital twin and AI. Basically, I don't wanna seem too futuristic, but it's gonna be like AI wars or algorithm wars or whatever, like something like that. So at some point, it's definitely beyond our human capacity to comprehend what is going on with all these sensors, with all these events. But these investments need to be made, and also to be cost effective and efficient, these systems need to talk each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demirtoka, and thank you for, again, bringing forward the importance of connectivity among land, sea, and air and cyber domains, not only in Turkish Armed Forces, but also throughout the NATO armed forces. My final question to each of you actually will be the same, and I really would like you to comment with hopefully with 1 or 2 sentences, because we are running out of time. We need to leave some time for the questions in the room. Turkey's defense evolution shows how much can change within one generation. It shows how alliance adaptation could look like in the years ahead. Canada, on the other hand, is also reshaping its role within the current conjuncture. With a focus on innovation and transatlantic defense, let me ask each of you for one final thought. What is the next realistic step to turn to the Turkish-Canadian dialogue into tangible cooperation in the long run in a sustainable way? Before I give you the word, I just share my own experience. We teamed up with a company out of Montreal called Herudetech back in 2004. We are awarded one of the critical subsystems on the F-35 program together, and we served on the SDD phase, system design and development phase, low rate initial production phase, and into the full rate production phase as well, together with the same company for decades. So it was a sustainable and long-lasting relationship. And today we are also cooperating in other civil aviation programs with the same company. So that was my experience. So I'm a strong believer of Turkey and Canada present complementary capabilities. So, Mr. Güleri.
Thank you. First of all, I think, yeah, we can complement each other. There are areas, we have already engaged a couple of companies, and they call us and we call us, and we come together and try to come up with some kind of new system solutions. But I believe that's not enough. So we have to know each other better. So that kind of organization, I believe, is a good opportunity for everybody to come together and discuss everything face to face. This is one of the aspects I would like to emphasize. The other part is the involvement of the government discussions. Actually, our leaders has already start these discussions. Just about a month ago, they come together, and we have a good, nice green light now. That's also something we have to pursue. The last one I can add is there's opportunities in Turkey, in Canada. We have local requirements. But I believe when we come together and find a way to cooperate together, there's another important possibility that we can serve for the other markets. So international markets that maybe we can emphasize first, that will help us to find solution easier, I believe.
Thank you. Mr. Kılınç.
Thank you. The time is getting out, so
Yes, very quickly.
I would just mention this. We already started to work with some Canadian companies. We know MD Aerospace, L3 Harris, Bombardier, etc. But I kindly invite all the companies in this arena as well, related with defense or civilian use, because we also have dual-use solutions that might be very valuable to invest. We are open for TOT, TOP, co-development, etc. But at the end of the day, we are companies. Aselsan is the most valuable company in stock exchange market. So the companies has to find some profit or future commitment from the governments as well. Not only for, yes, we are working already for third markets. We have to focus that to increase Canadian GDP as well, Turkish GDP as well. But from Canadian perspective or Turkish perspective, the governments must start talking so that they show us the enough feasibility of an investment in Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Kılınç. Mr.
Quickly, basically, you know, I was born in 1975. I'm a Generation X, and mostly I can see close to my age. You know, we are all going through cycles. Like, remember the end of 80s, 90s, you know, Berlin Wall collapsing, Fukuyama, the end of history, end of civilization. There were not going to be any more wars, physical wars. It was just going to be economic wars, right? That was what we were told, what we were promised. Well, that wasn't the case. Actually, my friend told me a nice quote, like, basically the exception is peace. Peace is exception. I mean, wars are always going to be there. It's just the cycles. And look what's been happening in the last 5 years, 10 years. Okay, so we basically moved our spot on that cycle again. Look at the speeches, keywords that are othered. Basically, you know, keywords are changing, the tone is changing, the tone of the voice is changing. So basically, your geography is different, our geography is different. Your security concerns, priorities, ours are different. But at the end of the day, obviously, it's above my pay grade, but the political decisions and strategies are made and then cascaded down to us. And then we basically, as these defense primes here, Turkish defense primes, we basically implement those political strategies. So as you said, both presidents met. So I think we are aligned. So I am inviting you to Ankara at Havelsan facilities. Please come, let's talk, visit our facilities, see our technologies. Then we can start collaborating.
Thank you, Mr. Demirtaş. So unfortunately, we don't have time left for the questions and answers, but our panelists will be around for a while, and maybe if you have any questions to any of our panelists or myself, you know, we're going to be more than happy to answer them during the recess, during the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for starting us off with that insightful discussion this morning. And just before we move on with more of our conversations here at the Toronto Global Forum, I would like to highlight our gold partners: McKinsey & Company, OCP, EDC, Garda World, Embassy of the United Arab Emirates, Morningstar, DBRS, Ministers' Council on the Canadian Francophonie, Dentons, Vendée Insurance, Danone, U Ottawa Professional Development Institute, Invest in Canada, Brand South Africa, and Infrastructure South Africa. Thank you very much to each of these organizations for their support. And now we're turning again to the topic of defense. This time we're looking at driving excellence in defense. And to lead us through this vital discussion, I am delighted to welcome back to the stage this morning the man who helped close out our conversations yesterday afternoon, and that's Serge Blais, the Executive Director of the Professional Development Institute at the University of Ottawa, who will introduce his guests just after these partner messages.
Good morning, bonjour. I'm happy to be back. Happy Friday. Happy payday for the people of the University of Ottawa. Thank you. Welcome to this conversation. This is a fireside chat. There's no fireplace, but it is a fireside chat, meaning that if all goes well, I won't be intervening too much. Our guests here have a lot of insight and experience to share. I will only intervene if a fight breaks out or something like that, but otherwise they will fill you with their wisdom and ideas and insights for the next 20 minutes or so. We have with us today probably two of the best and brightest people in the Canadian defense industry to discuss the topic of driving industry excellence in defense. Mr. Steve Patrick, Vice President, Bombardier Defense since 2017, right? Well known in the aerospace industry, 30 years of experience in both civilian and military programs, right? Also very familiar with multi-million-dollar budgets. We're not that familiar with that at the University of Ottawa, but I'm glad you are. We also have Mr. Roman Shimonov here, CEO, founder, and owner of Rochelle Defense Solutions, a very interesting company doing smart armored vehicles, but many other things as well, as Mr. Shimonov will describe. And I think it's worth mentioning that Roman was named Defense Executive of the Year 2025 by the Canadian Defense Review. So there we are. Just to set the stage for the conversation, as I said, then I'll step back a bit. It seems to me that we have an alignment of the stars, if I may say, that we don't often see, and that creates great opportunities for the defense sector, leading to economic benefits for the entire country, of course. And those four stars that I've identified anyway is, number one, the great geopolitical volatility that we are seeing lately. Number two, technological advances. And of course, here we're talking AI, quantum, okay? I'm sure those technologies have an impact on your industries. Incoming budgets or promised money for national defense and CAF, which is not something we often hear. It's even hard to say it because we have to practice saying this, but more money for national defense. And then I would put a fourth one in there, which is climate change or climate volatility, because it does have impact on the Arctic, meaning that Canada's strategy is, in part very much directed to the Arctic, and again, implications for both your companies. First question, of course, is: do you agree with this assessment? Am I completely off track with that, or are we basically sharing the same observation?
I think we're seeing a very similar observation from Bombardier's perspective. There's a new narrative that national security and economic security go hand in hand. So a lot of the changing dynamics in the political world, a lot of the new threats that are emerging, they're driving innovation and demands into industry. It's not just defense industry that's benefiting from that, though it is all of the adjacencies in the overall Canadian economy. So I think there's a definite new dynamic at play because of the politics, and that's creating a necessity for innovation. Things that we used to consider in the past as being a reasonable defense mechanism are no longer relevant. So you have to look at threats through a new perspective. You have to come up with new innovative solutions to those threats. And also, to your point, the changing climate perspective of the Arctic now becoming much more of a contested space. That's causing, I think, the defense industry to look for new ways of satisfying that need for the Canadian government.
Yeah, absolutely agree with your assessment. I believe that stars are aligned. And now the biggest problem is not the innovation, is not the resources. The biggest problem is the time. And time is limited, and I believe we need to talk much less and act much more. We don't have the privilege to wait for another opportunity. We have an amazing access to minerals. We have an amazing geopolitical position. We have a government finally that took steps and made some decisions that definitely are going to help, not just with our security at the border, at the northern border, but overall in defense industry. And with this instability in the world, I believe that Canada can play a much bigger role if we will start acting.
I think it's an observation we've seen with a lot of our conversations is that customers are looking for something called capability at the speed of relevance. You have to be able to deliver a solution or a product quickly, because the environment changes so quickly that if you take 5, 10, 15 years to develop something, it's obsolete. So there really is now a pressure on industry to perform much more quickly, much more nimbly to develop capabilities at the speed of relevance.
And so to play devil's advocate a bit, can we do that? I mean, you are both working in very, very, complex equipments, complex products that cannot be, you can't just switch the supply chain or the manufacturing chain overnight. It would normally take 10 years to reconfigure your systems, and yet there's a sense of urgency, to your point, to deliver real quick at high quality.
Whether we can or we cannot, we're already doing that. Since 2016, when we started the production, we became the largest manufacturer of armored vehicles. We're able to ramp up the production to a number that no one else can meet or exceed. We became the largest supplier of armored vehicles, not because of the support or because of the available resource, but because of the initiative we took to increase the production, to invest into the right way to create a vertical production where there is no dependency on logistic, on supply chain, on certain tariff-related components. And this is something that I think a lot of private-owned companies and companies that are more agile, that can react quickly, and I agree with you that that's the key, is not to wait for the certain signal, but rather than taking an action, proactively trying to penetrate new markets, introduce new innovative solutions, and hit the market with the product that can be repetitive, that can be fast, easy to support, and cost-effective. And if we have, or once we were able to achieve that, we were able to continue increasing the portfolio and continue increasing the market where we are penetrating and pushing the products to.
So you're hopeful, you're confident that...
we are doing that already.
Yeah, and you're
so
doing
yes,
it already.
The answer is yes.
I think just to build on Roman's point, industry is very much capable of the rapid innovation, the rapid delivery. What we're now seeing in Canada is the political commitment at the highest levels to execute some of those procurement policies. The challenge is executing them, because there is a process for government procurement that is not designed for the current environment. It's very much more a longer-term strategic process. What we now need is something that is much more flexible and agile. And some of the recent changes in the Canadian government are very encouraging. The new Defence Procurement Agency, the new focus that's coming from multiple ministries. We see it not just in Canada, we see it in other countries. There is a recognition of the need to rapidly procure, and they are trying to find other transactional authorities, other mechanisms to make that desire become a reality. It's clear that industry is capable. The willingness from government is there at the highest level. You just have to connect those two dots.
So defense procurement has up to now been a barrier, essentially, or is that an overstatement?
I wouldn't call it a barrier. I think the defense procurement system is designed for a purpose. The purpose needs to evolve with the needs.
Interesting. You speak like a good politician, Minister of Defense, maybe.
The speed is also important, especially in the procurement processes where sometimes it takes so long that by the time the award is given, the product that has been ordered is already outdated.
Yeah.
And the previous panel, Turkey, is an amazing example how the country took some initiatives while back, and today they have one of the most advanced defense sector, where the entire process is done in-house. They supply to themselves most of the components, starting from ceramics, ballistic steel, and other components. And this is exactly where we took the initiative without waiting. We noticed that Canada never had its own ballistic steel manufacturing. And we partnered up with the company out of Sweden, and there are only few countries in the world that have the recipe. And we took the initiative by investing hundreds of millions of dollars that we're going to allocate into this and create our own supply chain, where the entire process, starting from the ballistic steel, transparent armoring, wheels, handles, everything, basically all of the thousands of components will be made here in Canada.
So a Canadian supply chain, basically from start to end, or
correct,
or just about. Now, this being said, are you are you also seeing approaches or openings in other countries for collaborations? For like, you're talking about the Swedes, Turkey is opening the door to collaboration. Is collaboration on the table in order to expedite, again, the delivery of what's expected?
Absolutely. I mean, I think everyone would recognize that the largest defense market available to us all is the United States. So there is always going to be collaboration between Canada and the United States through political and military alliances. The industrial collaboration across the border is very strong. But what we are seeing very clearly is a reinvestment in European defense capabilities. The Rearm Europe initiative is creating a lot of potential opportunities across all the domains of land, sea, and air. And Canada is in a great position to participate in Rearm Europe. We're seen as an attractive source of supply for capabilities. So Europe certainly has lots of growth potential for us. And most of the current geopolitical concern, let's call it, is in the Pacific region. So a lot of countries in the Indo-PACOM region, as you start to think of adjacencies to the Philippine Straits and adjacencies to the South Pacific, there's great opportunity down there. So delivering new capabilities is not just a commercial transaction. There's often a strategic element of developing local industrial capabilities, local businesses. So to the extent that different countries want to build their own defense industry, Canadian companies can help them do that through collaboration, through joint ventures, and whether that be technology transfer or production transfer, there's a real opportunity to develop jointly, to bring forward products that meet the needs not just of Canada, but multiple partners and allies, and ultimately strengthen and diversify the industrial base for the benefit of all.
The defense sector is a very fluctuating sector where you have orders that can come as a peak and then you need to wait for the next one. And the only way to create a sustainable cash flow is to be able to rely on several markets and being able to be as agile as possible with the ability to serve different regions. And we share a lot with Bombardier Defense, where both of us are Canadian companies that rely on local orders, but mostly on the export. And when it comes to export, there are some evolving markets, and every country has its own needs and unique requirements. And being able to address those markets definitely helps, not just in selling and creating the revenues, but also in getting the IP and knowledge and unique expertise that alone would take much longer to achieve. Second point, just quickly, the war in Ukraine allows companies that are integrated and have the experience to shorten the time to gain the expertise, because whatever you do in a combat zone would take you with the simulations and with tests probably decades. And here, in a matter of 3 years, we were able to achieve certain results that definitely would take us much longer, and without the need to invest rather than in labs and simulations, we're able to test and do the adaptations and modification on an ongoing basis. So this type of cooperations and the ability to get the feedbacks from the end users allows to create a product that if historically Canada used to buy from certain European countries, now a Canadian company sells to them. So that's something that we take as a huge pride.
It's also an important aspect when it comes to selling to other countries. When we're in dialogue with potential customers, one of the questions they usually have for us is, how many does Canada operate? You know, is your own government a customer of your products? So in order for our companies to be successful internationally, having the support of our own government is important. And so we look to them to not only be a national champion for us, but they help us with our export potential as well.
This is very reassuring and glad to hear. So what we're saying here is that we have Canadian capacity. There's a possibility of having Canadian supply chain. At the same time, an openness to collaborate with other countries and they're open to working with us. Compatibility, interoperability, is that an issue? Is that yet another barrier, or has that pretty much been dealt with over the last few years?
I think the interoperability, interchangeability conversation is something that comes up in a recurring basis as the allied forces go into a campaign together. It's important that they can all be connected, that they can all share information, share data, share systems. technology is advancing at a rapid pace. If we think back 10, 15 years, you would have large airliners flying around with massive computers in them to process and share data. Now you can do that in something the size of an iPhone. And those iPhones are obviously open system architecture. You can share applications, you can share data. Much of what we see in the future for certainly airborne defense applications is an open system architecture where data can be sourced from multiple different platforms, shared within a network for the benefit of all allies. So the interoperability, interchangeability problem is just really a data problem, and being able to make sure that you can share that information with your allies. For sure, common equipment is a beneficial thing, to have access to common spares, access to common logistics. But the more that we bring our product to market, both as a defense product and as a commercial product, that logistics chain is there, it's available. So I think that the ability to be interoperable and interchangeable, the definition of that is evolving with time as well.
Interesting, very interesting.
I think the main gap is not on the technical side, but rather on the ability of the government to create the awareness among the allies about this brilliant and unique capabilities that Canadian companies offer. And this is where I think this gap can be improved and become much smaller if the government will take an initiative and will create an awareness within the allies to promote the companies. And this will be extremely beneficial.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've got 5-7 minutes ago. Looking 5-10 years ahead, what will distinguish a leading defense company from the rest? I mean, is it around technology, agility, resilience? Is it alliances? What will make a company, stand out in terms of efficiency?
I think it's all of the above. There is no one factor that you can set and say that this what will give you the advantage. The advantage is in being able to have, first of all, resources to implement, develop, test, certify the product, being able to offer it to the market, to be able to sustain it. In Canada, it would be extremely important to engage with the indigenous communities, with being able to create a supply chain where we are less dependent on the southern neighbor, but more open to other markets like the Indo-Pacific and the European markets, where there are a lot to offer. And once we have this ability to create a product that can be developed and integrated with the modern and innovative solutions, in our case, vehicles that can be equipped with counter-drone systems or with the electro-optical solutions, including different capabilities that we work with different companies, and we offer a wider package. That's what leads the market and allows companies like ourselves to open new markets and create a sustainable Canadian business that at the end, the economy is benefiting from higher taxes and more jobs and overall, more prosperous operation.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the keys is going to be agility. The requirements and the environment are evolving so quickly that you cannot assume that the current organizational structures, the current capabilities, the current supply chains are what you will need in the future. So a successful company in 5 or 10 years is going to be very agile. It's going to capture the best of Canada across all of the provinces. There's a wealth of talent in different areas of the country that we need to tap into. If we think about technology and where that's heading, more autonomy, more use of artificial intelligence, not just in terms of the platform control, but also sensors and, as I mentioned earlier on, the data, how you capture, analyze, and distribute that data, that's going to be the key to the future. So understanding where AI can help us, how we can reduce the burden on the human and maximize the capability of the product. Companies that can capture that are going to be really successful.
There we go. Can we throw in a question to get your thoughts on Arctic? I mean, we have to talk about the Arctic. General Rick Hillier tells us it's all about the Arctic going forward. But he was lamenting the fact that he says we don't have the equipment to manage and secure Arctic sovereignty, if you will, and Arctic security. He was talking, for example, about underwater surveillance and unmanned submarines. Rejoicing in the fact that we might be buying new submarines now. But he said, but why put people down underwater? These could be unmanned, and drones. We heard yesterday that we can have underwater drones sitting there, and being used as needed. Are your companies looking into that? Is Arctic technology, if I can call it that, on the agenda?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the highest priorities for our company. And as a matter of fact, we took the initiative and we partnered up with a company called ST Engineering from Singapore, largest defense company in Singapore. And we basically, rather than reselling a product, we signed an agreement, an exclusive one, to take their tracked vehicle that will be entirely produced in Canada. So we basically got the IP, and rather than just reselling or buying and keeping the taxpayers' money abroad, it will remain in Canada. We already submitted our proposal, where the entire fleet can be built in Canada using and utilizing Canadian capabilities.
Fascinating.
And we believe that this project, this product that is not going to be only for surveillance, but also for different evacuation and humanitarian operation, it's a very versatile platform that entirely will be built in Canada with Canadian components.
That's fascinating.
I think obviously with the climate change and the opening of the Arctic shipping routes through the Northwest Passage, there's clearly a need to have persistent surveillance of the Arctic. And being such a vast area, you can do that in multiple ways, but clearly one of the most efficient ways is airborne surveillance. And whether that's manned or unmanned assets. Certainly from our perspective, we look at capabilities we already have with partner companies that we work with that can give that surveillance of vast areas. But we do see a need to bring in more unmanned capabilities. If you think of how you best use your resources, both capital and human, if all you really need is persistent surveillance, unmanned vehicles can do that very effectively without pulling in too many of your armed forces personnel. But when you need to have eyes on the target, then you can bring in the manned assets. So as a company, we're looking at ways to enable surveillance of the high Arctic, to enable operations in austere airfields, to be present with people when we need to, but also to bring in unmanned teaming assets when it makes sense to do so. And I think there are a number of opportunities for Canadian companies in particular to participate in that, whether it be through the data management, the enabling technology, the sensors, the support. It really is quite a large puzzle to solve, but it's well within the capabilities of companies like Bombardier and other Canadian SMEs. We already know how to operate aircraft in harsh environments.
Right.
We already know how to support the Canadian winter.
Right.
The Arctic is just the next step in that.
Right. And presumably Scandinavian countries would be natural partners in that world. This is fascinating. This is leaves me with a very optimistic feeling that the Canadian defense industry, I mean, if it's led by people like you, I think we're in good hands. It's a reassuring message because, yeah, there is a sense of urgency. Always worried that, all this extra money will go elsewhere because we don't have the capacity here. You've told us today that we do have that capacity and we're able to turn around fast in partnership with other countries, but we can do our own thing here. This is a very uplifting program and a good way to end the week there at the end of the conference, if you will. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you for your wisdom and for sharing it with us. Thank you very much to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Serge Blais and his panel for that excellent and engaging conversation. These are obviously tricky and evolving issues, and we appreciate the insight that they brought and the expertise that they brought to the room today. Just before we move on to our next session, I would like to thank our generous government partners, the Government of Canada and, of course, the Government of Ontario. Our official airline partner is Air Canada, and our media partners, the Financial Times and the Hill Times. Their support really is integral to our success, and we are very grateful to them. And now someone who's had a long and celebrated career both commenting on and helping to create policy is coming to the stage next, and that is Giles Gerson, who leads the Toronto Region Board of Trade as President and CEO. He is here for a fireside chat with Steve Cortes, who is CNN political commentator and Fox News contributor, so we know we are in good hands, and I think this is going to be a very dynamic conversation, and we'll get to that discussion in just a few short minutes after this video.
The pressure is on. The rules of the game are changing, but together we can rewrite them because stronger starts here. We are Toronto's business leaders. We can turn pressure into progress. We don't wait for certainty. We create it. It's time to rally together, right here at the heart of Canada's economy. Join the mission because stronger starts here.
Well, Steve, great to have you here, and welcome to Toronto.
Thank you, Giles.
And I think it's going to be an interesting conversation because, I mean, over the last several days, I think one pervasive theme of the conversations has been the huge impact here and globally of America First. Right. And it's a change point, a historic change point, I think, for all of us. And we're all trying to understand it a little bit better and what drives it. And I think that's kind of mostly the conversation we want to have. And then I think at the tail end of it will kind of drive a little bit further into, the impact on Canada, because obviously we're in the crosshairs now of some significant negotiations on trade.
Right.
But I think, to kick things off, it might be helpful for the audience here to get a bit of a flavor of you. And I think it's interesting, your background. You're from Chicago, your Hispanic background. I think if we were 30 years ago, we would have said Steve Cortes, the Democrat.
Right.
And here you are, part of the MAGA Republican Party, part of the movement.
Right.
And I think it'd be really useful to get a sense of how you got there.
Sure. No, it is a very good question, and you're right. Somebody with my bio in previous decades might very well have been a Democrat, but the Republican Party has been totally transformed by the America First movement, and particularly by Donald Trump. So the America First movement broadly, but specifically through the leadership of Donald Trump, and it is really the pro-worker party. And as evidence of that, for example, people with graduate degrees, people who are in the credentialed managerial elite in the United States who previously were Republicans, they were sort of typical country club Republicans, they're now almost entirely Democrats, especially if they live in coastal areas, right? So if we look at that demography, working class people are generally Republicans now. But the party has been taken over. It was a hostile takeover, by the way, Giles. It wasn't a willing handing of the keys of the Republican Party, but it has been, fully transformed. And regarding Hispanics, particularly, the move there has just been astounding. It's been a lot of my work over the last 10 years has been outreach to Hispanic voters. We've had tremendous success. On the negative side, Hispanics find that they are no longer welcome in the radical Democrat Party of the 2020s. Hispanics overwhelmingly pro-family, religious, hardworking people, patriotic. They simply don't find a home in the party of Ilhan Omar in the modern Democrat Party. So that's part of it. Then on the positive side, they're also attracted to the populist nationalist muscularity of America First. That's very attractive to a lot of Hispanics, particularly Hispanic men. And the gains we've made there have been, just truly astounding. I've documented a lot of it. I do a lot of documentaries on this. I write a lot about what's going on with Hispanics. If you look at Starr County, Texas, is the most Hispanic county in America. It's on the U.S.-Mexico border. It's almost entirely Hispanic, 97% Hispanic. Trump lost Starr County by 60%, 6-0, back in 2016. He got clobbered there, like most Republicans have historically. He won Starr County this time. He went from -60 to +16 in 3 election cycles in the most Hispanic county in America. If you go much further north, similar kind of county, even though it's urban, Passaic County in New Jersey. New Jersey has an election coming up. Passaic County, he lost by 22% in 2016. 2013, he won Passaic County, which is a working class, dense New York metro area Hispanic county. So the gains there have been astounding. So in that regard, although it might be surprising to folks, I am part, as a guy named Cortez, I'm part of a much bigger trend of Hispanics in America.
I mean, it's interesting because, if you go back, what, 30, 40 years, I guess now, you think about the Reagan Democrats. People, in the 1980 election, a lot of blue collar workers voted Republican for Reagan, and there was a kind of a muscularity to that as well. Morning in America, all of that. Right. Is this really a reverberation of that, or is it a kind of a second wave of that, or is it fundamentally different?
I do think it's fundamentally different, and in this respect, that the Reagan wave, while it was super impressive, and I think he was an incredible president, it was very outward facing, right? It was a lot of it was about the Cold War. A lot of it was about the struggle globally, and we really have almost the exact opposite focus, right? That America is too interventionist in the world, that we have worried too much about what is happening with the rest of the globe. We've tried to manage the globe in some ways like it's some chessboard. We've mostly mismanaged it, by the way. It hasn't been good for the United States, not good for our deficits, not good for working class people. So it's very different, fundamentally different in that regard, that it is far more inward looking. And I know that's problematic for a lot of the folks in this room, and I understand that, but that is the decision effectively of the American people, that we want populist nationalist policies, and they didn't just win in the Electoral College this time, they won in the popular vote, which I think is, surprised almost everybody. But this is now a majority movement in the United States. And again, I know that creates a lot of consternation in a lot of other places, including allies like Canada, but that is the emerging reality, and it's primarily because the previous globalist mentality just did not serve working people. Working class people in the United States, and this is true in a lot of other countries, but in the United States, they've seen their standard of living go down now for a sustainable period of time. And they won't take it anymore. They've revolted through politics against watching their standard of living go lower, working harder to have a quality of life that is not consistent with what your parents and even grandparents lived.
I mean, it's easy to understand that, and I think you see that around the world, where there's there's sort of economic divide is obviously always been a major force in politics. But what's interesting to the rest of the world, I think people in Canada looking at the U.S. is, and I think around the world looking at the U.S. is a sense of, wow, this country's never been wealthier. If you think about the trade imbalances that has been such a focus of President Trump's attention, and looking at China, looking at Europe, looking at Japan, South Korea, and us, and we'll get to that in a minute. But what's a bit surprising is that U.S. businesses invested heavily in China, invested heavily in Japan, invested heavily in Europe, and reaped huge rewards from those investments over the last 30, 40 years. So the US is a financial colossus, right? Nobody comes close. And if you look at technology, the wave of the last 20 years, the Magnificent Seven, all US based. Right. Winner take all. They dominate the world. And then you hear the story about, we haven't done so well. We need to rectify things. We need to right the balance because we've been sort of put upon by the rest of the world. It's a hard narrative to understand if you're sitting here.
No, I understand that. And look, you're exactly correct, of course, that national wealth has never been greater, on so many metrics. But is it shared? Is it dispersed throughout society? It's not. It's incredibly concentrated. This is not a uniquely American problem, but I do think it's exacerbated in the United States, largely because of our success, quite frankly. You talk about winner take all. Yeah. A lot of these businesses, particularly in the AI and tech space, now it's fantastic that America's at the forefront of leading these innovations. But the problem within the United States is that it leads to an even greater concentration of success and wealth among a pretty small group of credentialed elites who, again, I believe exerted their will in very unjust ways upon the rest of society. They created an economic system, an economic order that worked very well for their benefit, but to the detriment of the working class masses. And you can only push them so long, and we see, for example, some of the really negative consequences, the pathologies, right? The substance abuse, the suicide rate, the despondency among regular people in the United States. And again, I know it's not uniquely American, but this is what I'm concerned about, as a citizen of the United States, and trying to solve this and trying to rectify it. I'll give you one just very practical ramification of this or example, really. It used to be, I'm 53 years old. When I was a boy, I grew up in a very middle-class suburb of Chicago. My family had 6 children. I was one of 6, and we survived very well on a single income for a middle-class family, and that was very typical. My entire neighborhood was generally people with a stay-at-home mom surviving on a, not just surviving, thriving on a middle-class income. That is simply not possible in the United States today. Only the wealthy have the luxury now of having a parent stay home, right? And I'm not saying that women have to stay home, by the way. That's not my point here. My point is that families should have the option. They should be able to thrive on a single income. That's not the case in the United States. And we know from polling, and I've polled this quite a bit. I do a lot of polling, Giles, and people overwhelmingly want it. Even if they're going to choose to be a 2-parent, 2 working family household, they want the option to be able to stay home. So we want policies that are going to accomplish that. And we believe, for example, that protectionism, which is no longer a dirty word in conservative circles in the United States, the American right is now pro-protectionist, and I believe we need to use that term. We don't think isolationism, by the way, is a dirty term anymore either. And I know that's kind of shocking, perhaps, in rooms like this, but that's the reality in the United States. And I think ultimately, by the way, it's going to make not just the U.S. stronger, but ultimately, I do believe it's going to make Canada, Latin America, and the world stronger, but particularly our allies. And I think we're showing too that we don't think America first means America alone. For example, I know there's a lot of Argentines here. We right now, Secretary Besson, who I'm very close with, I think is very smartly creating a system to try to assist Argentina in a very significant way, right, in an illiquidity moment to try to help Argentina. I think that makes a lot of sense because this is our neighborhood. We care a lot about the Americas, and we should prioritize the Americas over any other region of the world. And I, for one, would argue we have no national interest in Ukraine. That is absolute nonsense for the United States to be spending our time and taking the kinds of risks in terms of antagonizing Russia that we're taking in Ukraine. But we have every interest in making sure that the Americas are prosperous and stable and safe.
Including us, then, presumably.
Yes, of course.
But then, I think so getting change is always a tricky thing because you want the change, but stability has often been a key component of economic growth. Right? And you get instability and you get turbulence, and often that has a significantly weakening effect on economic growth. You've got a White House now, an America First program that is, quite, I would say, revolutionary almost. It's quite something to see. Yeah. Our Prime Minister was in Washington recently and called President Trump transformational, which is a good word. I think it's maybe more revolutionary. We're seeing a reordering of the economy. We're seeing a reordering of trade policy. We're seeing a reordering of government and government institutions. Right. We're seeing a reordering of international relations. All of this, we've seen it in 9 months. So it's a heck of a lot of change. Yeah. Can that much change be managed and get to the result that you've been talking about, which is a greater affluence across right. And prosperity across the U.S. Sort of social economic groups?
Right. So my quick answer is yes, yeah. It can be managed, but admittedly, it's a wild card, right? I mean, and you're right. We are vastly changing an economic system that dominated the world for 80 years, right? Essentially since World War II. We are upending that, and we're doing it in a very quick and sometimes slightly chaotic way. Now, I will say this, and I'm generally incredibly supportive of this administration and, of course, of President Trump. One mistake, I think, has been that there should be better predictability and visibility into what we're going to do with tariffs. For example, if it were up to me, I would say, okay, every country in the world must pay a toll to access the U.S. market. That just makes sense. We have the crown jewel consumer market in the world. We earned it, and we should charge for the premium seats effectively, right? If you want to get into the concert, you pay more for better seats. There should be roughly, I believe, a 10% tariff on every country in the world, whether you're a friend or foe. Then on top of that, I think there should be, what we should do is create essentially ladders where, depending on your policy towards us, how reciprocal you are to our trade in terms of national security, are you an ally? On top of that, there should be additional tariffs. In the case of China, I think they should be incredibly substantial and even punitive because of what we allowed China to get away with. And by the way, I think that it was a bipartisan failure in the United States to let China into the WTO on terms that were so beneficial to Beijing, where it used predatory trade practices to decimate American businesses, entire regions of the United States eviscerated by these trade policies. It did not make sense for the working class masses in the United States, and we're changing that, and we're changing it in a really significant way. I would also, though, point out to people, for whom this is a really troubling process, and people who are frustrated with President Trump, which I understand, and a lot of global businesses are, a lot of folks here probably very frustrated with President Trump. I think you need to realize that it was either this kind of change, and it is revolutionary, I agree with you, Giles, but it was either this, right, through the political process, or, believe me, there was going to be a populist uprising in the United States, okay? The American people are a volatile people. That's a good thing in many ways, right? It can really be an attribute, but it's also a risk. We are a very restless, volatile society. And in recent decades, we've been a very unhappy society, largely because, I believe, of terrible economic policies that have punished working class people. And that pressure valve, it's going to let out. Now, I think it's doing it in the right way. It's doing it through our Republican, small r, our Republican process. It's doing it through elections. This is what we want, right? This is how to peacefully revolutionize our country and our economy. But I'm also warning you that if we didn't go the peaceful route, we would have gotten there one way or the other, and let's not go the chaotic route.
I mean, that's an interesting point, and one that I think probably here in Canada and probably around the world is not as well recognized. Sure. as
we have a different character.
Yeah, and I think I think that's fair to say, and I think also when you talk about more of an isolationist, protectionist approach to trade, it's if you know your history, you know that probably through most of its history before the Second World War, the U.S. was fairly isolationist.
That's correct.
You got to remember, and stood apart from international relations in the way that, say, we didn't, or other, or Europeans, or even other Asian countries didn't. And you think about, for example, the U.S. was late, from our point of view, late to join the First World War, late to join the Second World War. There was a view that this wasn't really our fight, right? Right. And eventually, very importantly, the U.S. did join, and we got victory. But it's also, we tend to forget that the U.S. has always, in most of its history, stood apart. And we had John Wilding here, a close associate of the president's over the last couple of days, and he made the point that the U.S., it was born separating from Europe. Right. That wasn't Canada's history. Very different. But let's take that and kind of think a bit about the Canadian context, because that's important for us, and maybe we need some advice from you. You talk about the trade imbalances that really I think have frustrated the U.S. for quite some time. Right. I used to live in the U.S. quite some time ago, even several decades ago, and you'd hear a lot about the trade deficit with Europe, trade deficits with Korea, with Japan and others, right. And a big frustration that their markets weren't as open to U.S. products as the U.S. market was to others. So the sense of taking unfair advantage that you alluded to. If you look at the Canadian context, though, somewhat different. Sure. We've had a free trade agreement in autos for 60 years. We've had free trade on everything else since '88, so a long time now. Very integrated economies. So when people talk about the 94 trade deals that you're negotiating, to get sort of better balance, I think we stand apart because we have an integrated economy, and at least for core sectors. And yet we find ourselves being treated in exactly the same way. Line up with the 94, do your best. But the unraveling of what's been constructed between the two countries is much more intense. Right. And I guess there's a real sense of sort of disappointment here that the administration hasn't recognized the fundamental nature of the way our two economies have interacted and the significant economic cost of unraveling that or unscrambling the omelet.
Yeah. No, I understand that, and I understand the frustration for Canada, because I agree, you are different from every other country in the world, right, regarding your relationship economically and otherwise with the United States, and so I understand that you want to be treated differently, and you probably should be, quite frankly. But I will also say this, please understand from the American point of view that we willingly gave up our advantages in trade, right, and we did so because of the Cold War. We did so for geostrategic reasons. We wanted to build Western Europe and Japan specifically post-World War II, and so we effectively surrendered our trade advantages, and we even agreed to trade terms that were really disadvantageous to the United States. We did it purposefully, though, right? We did it for a bigger goal. But the Cold War's been over for quite a long time, and we're still getting abused in trade globally. So I think, unfortunately, Canada is going to suffer some of the consequences that admittedly are not its fault, because it has mostly been a very fair, not entirely, but mostly been a pretty fair trading partner with the United States, who probably deserves to be treated differently. But my honest answer is it's not going to happen. And my advice for Canadians then would be, well, what do you do? Well, focus more on Canada, okay? You have a big market here, right? You can and should trade with the United States. Of course, we're always going to continue to trade with each other, but make Canada great again. And by the way, I would argue, from my point of view, I'm not Canadian, so I'm not telling you what to do, would be start restricting immigration, start being protectionist in Canada in every way. But you have a big developed market. You can be really successful without the United States if you need to be. Now, again, I think we're going to help each other in many ways. Security, trade, otherwise. You are in many ways our closest ally in the world. And thankfully, a peaceful border forever, and we hope, forevermore. But that is my honest advice, and I know that might sound a little bit harsh, but focus on your country. And I would tell this to any country in the world, right? Particularly if you're big enough that you have scale, that you don't need to trade with the United States, right? There are some countries that just simply have to trade because they're so small.
But trade has two sides to it, right? Trade has, other countries, including Canada, exporting to the U.S. to that big, rich market, which you've described. But it also has, exports to other countries. And we happen to be the largest buyer of U.S. products and services. We have a huge trade imbalance on services. Yeah. And in fact, on manufactured items, we have a big trade imbalance with the U.S. You have a surplus with us. So who's taking unfair advantage of whose market? So the irony for us is we're being sort of accused of taking unfair advantage, like everybody else, of the U.S. market, when we find ourselves actually not in the same position as Mexico, Europe. We do have a surplus, but only because we sell so much oil and gas to the U.S., at a discount, I should say, which the U.S. needs to run its economy. So if you put that aside, and there's huge interest in growing our oil and gas exports to the U.S. on the part of Americans, but then you take the rest of our economy, we have a deficit. Yeah. Right? And yet we're hit with tariffs at the same time on autos, on steel, and on critical parts of our economy, which is very hard to justify, in my view.
Yeah. No, again, I understand that. And I agree, by the way, that, for example, Western Europe has been way more abusive of the United States than Canada has been in terms of trade.
They have different standards. They have non-tariff barriers.
Yeah, correct. And just the implicit VAT subsidy, right? By removing the VAT, that subsidy, they effectively subsidize 20% all of their exports, right? So no, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also cautioning you that I don't think there's going to be a carve-out in Washington, D.C. There's just not an appetite for it right now in the Trump administration. I don't think there is in the American public to say, we're going to carve out Canada, put them aside, and treat them completely differently, even if it's deserved. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Is there some wisdom in waiting then on our side? You're doing 94 deals. You're trying to shift the balance with all these different countries, and you might be successful. Right? You may start to see signs of success. You've already struck deals with the European Union, with the UK, with Japan, with South Korea. So as the fruits of those deals, a better balance, you start getting better exports to those countries. Imports perhaps become a little less, better balance. Should we be waiting in the wings? Because at that point, does the things calm down and it's a better context for us? I think the concern that Canadians have is getting into this maelstrom where we're kind of treated the same and yet the conditions are different. Right. And maybe this is not a propitious moment to be thinking about trying to cut a deal.
Yeah, no, Giles, I think that would be smart to wait. And I'll tell you the main reason why is thankfully real wages are rising in the United States and rising pretty significantly. Now, the American people don't feel it yet, right? They're not confident. So we haven't seen it in the polling, and they still have, frankly, kind of PTSD from the inflation of Bidenomics. So it's going to we need real wages to continue to grow for some time. But if that continues to happen, I think you're going to find much more willingness to compromise on trade terms if regular Americans believe that they're finally getting ahead, that they're getting wealthier, that they're being rewarded for their work. So I think there is some wisdom in that regard in trying to wait. I would also, caution this for people who are frustrated by President Trump and frustrated by our new trade tactics, that look, the critics, I think, have to admit, if they're being honest, that most of their predictions of doom just have not happened, right? I mean, the world didn't fall apart, right? Markets are at all-time highs. Trade is continuing at a very rigorous pace.
You have huge deficit, though.
Of course.
Debt.
Yeah,
And
massive problem.
That worries people. Right?
It should. Worries the heck out of me, believe me, every single day. And there seems to be no real constituency in Washington, D.C. now to even do anything about it. I mean, we're really, I think whistling past the graveyard to some degree with $37 trillion in debt. Yeah, absolutely, massive problem.
So last question, really. We only have a few seconds left, but I think there are a lot of, around the world and in Canada, sometimes I think people are thinking, if we can only get through the next 3.5 years, we'll be fine. And that's a natural tendency. But is this a moment or an era?
Oh, no, it's an era. And if I have anything to say about it, it's not going to be 3.5 years, because after that, we're going to have 8 years of J.D. Vance, who, if anything, is a little bit more insistent on these issues than President Trump. And I know that from my private conversations with J.D. Vance, as well as what he states out there publicly. So, no, this is a new era. Populism is here to stay in the United States, and I think in many countries. To me, the only real question is it going to be the populism of the left in the United States? Is it going to be that Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar variety, or is it going to be the MAGA populism on the right? And what I would tell you is, if you're somebody who can't stand MAGA, you believe me, you like us better than the alternative, okay? Because the alternative is truly radical and extremist, and the populist moment, in my view, is not going anywhere in the United States.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but what a great conversation. I really appreciate it, Steve.
Appreciate it, Giles. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a really dynamic conversation. Thank you to both gentlemen for bringing their A game today and for providing us with a lot of insights that I think are useful to us as we all make decisions over the course of the next 3 years. Conversations really are the key to success here at the Toronto Global Forum. So we're delighted to see so much networking and so many conversations taking place, not just here on the stage, but also out in the foyer and at our lunches and participants' receptions every evening. The forum really is a great opportunity to make those connections, to have that chance to network. And so I just want to note that our Participants Lounge, which is sponsored by Toronto Inc., which includes Toronto Global, the Toronto Region Board of Trade, and Destination Toronto, is open until noon today. And our VIP Lounge, which is sponsored by the Development Bank of Southern Africa, is open until 2:30 today for our partners, our speakers, and our VIP pass holders. And now we have a fireside chat between Boe Lee, the Group Chairman of LCY Group, and the Honourable Pierre Pettigrew, Chair of the Board of the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. But first, I am absolutely delighted to welcome George Spezza, the Director of Niagara Economic Development, who is going to be offering some introductory remarks. Let's welcome him.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to open today's discussion on the future of supply chains, a subject that continues to shape investment, innovation, and industrial growth around the world. In recent years, supply chains have become central to how governments and companies think about competitiveness. The focus is no longer on efficiency, but on building systems that are connected, adaptable, and capable of supporting new technologies and cleaner industries. Canada is part of that global effort. With its stable economy, skilled workforce, and strong industrial base, Canada offers a strategic location for companies looking to serve both North America and international markets. The Niagara region is one example of how this connectivity takes shape. Positioned within the Great Lakes Economic Corridor with access to advanced manufacturing, research institutions, and international trade networks. These are the dynamics at the heart of today's conversation, how regions, industries, and investors work together to create a next generation of supply chains. It's now my privilege to introduce Mr. Boe Lee, Chairman of LCY Group. Mr. Lee is a global leader in material science and advanced manufacturing. Under his direction, LCY Group has expanded exponentially over the past 2 decades, becoming a world-class enterprise in the materials sector. He is also deeply committed to education and research, supporting graduate programs at leading universities, including Stanford, UCLA, and the National Taiwan University, and building lasting partnerships between academia and industry. Mr. Lee's perspective connects global evolution of supply chains with the regional strategies that support them, a conversation that will help frame the opportunities ahead. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bowie Lee and the Honorable Pierre Pettigrew. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you so much, Bowie, for traveling to our country and sharing your experience, wisdom, and analysis with us. We're very grateful to you. Much of your experience is very important for Canada at this time, at the time where we're defining our own identity and our own political project. So during the pandemic, we saw the supply chains having some weaknesses and shortcomings, but basically they were quite resilient. What's happening to the supply chain at this time under the current state of the global state, the new geopolitical and economic pressure are having a dent on the supply chain. So what are your thoughts about globalization and global trade?
Well, first of all, Pierre, thank you for inviting me here. I'm very happy to be here in Canada. Our company has a facility in Sarnia, and we are being fully supported by the Canadian community, and Canada is a great place to invest, first of all. I think looking at today's global trade, we have to go back several decades ago when the so-called globalization happened. Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty worldwide, extreme poverty, actually. So it has done a lot of great things. And it has vertical specialization, it has productivity gain, have consumer surplus, low inflation rate, all the good stuff. But after decades of these beneficial effect, I think globalization has changed. It has slowed or has been fragmented because several reasons. It's based on the economic theory of comparative advantages as well as international collaboration. And most importantly, it's based on a free market system. Well, you can see in the last few decades, especially since 2015, you see a lot of backlashes against globalization. Why? Because most of the low-hanging fruits are gone, first of all. Second, we see that the benefits are not evenly distributed. There are many factory closures in the West where other countries have benefited. So we can see the effect of Brexit, Trumpism, the backlashes of the blue collar, for example, in North America. And finally, you see some geopolitics involved in this backlash against globalization. People are weaponized. Some countries are heavily subsidized some of their industry, and it's no longer a free market. At the same time, some of them are weaponized their trade advantages. So this thing has changed completely. And I think 10 years ago, people were talking about friendly supply chain. I think the last 2 or 3 years, some countries are calling for domestic supply chain. Even friendly supply chains is not enough.
So we are moving towards a sort of rule of jungle. Don't you think that I mean, you know, there are not many countries that are like gentlemen as Taiwan is.
Well, speaking of Taiwan, my country, we have 90% of advanced semiconductor manufacturing. Yet in a diplomatically isolated place as Taiwan, we're under a lot of pressure. No one will sign free trade agreement with us, will not give us a fair shake. And because of pressure from our adversary across the strait. But Taiwan government can easily say that if you don't sign a free trade agreement with us, you don't treat us fairly, we can boycott and not supply you the advanced chip. But we don't. We're a small country. We believe in free market. So the rule of jungle is not favorable to us. But today, you look at the United States, for example, they are worried about national security. They want to make sure the rare earth mineral, semiconductor, as well as biotech supply chain to be a domestic supply chain. So we see a big transformation in the globalization and the trade pattern.
Well, I can tell you that if the rule of jungle is not good for Taiwan, it's not good for a mid-power like Canada. Multilateralism and the rule of law is extremely important for a country like Canada. So hopefully there are enough like-minded countries where our interest continues to be in free trade that can identify and do more between our different countries. Now, Bowie, I'd like to move our conversation to the theme of transformation. We've been talking about transformation a lot in the last few days in this forum, but we see vulnerabilities and bottlenecks in the industries. How to balance global expansion with regional self-reliance that more and more countries are sensitive about at this time of great uncertainty?
Well, I think today the world environment has changed. Globalization, some call it the death of globalization. But I don't think so. I think it's a slow globalization or a fragmented globalization. And given that environment, I think we all have to make transformation. We have to adapt. And you see US, for example, emphasizing this domestic supply chain for these three industries. And in fact, if you think more about it, take everything to the extreme. US ought to, or North America ought to look at the supply chain of synthetic rubber. No tank can operate without synthetic rubber. And the US synthetic rubber industry is built mainly in the 1940s. And the newest synthetic rubber plants in the United States were built in 1960s. These are all old grandmas. If there's a war, US will not get any synthetic rubber. You have no tires. So you think about it, if we take it to the extreme, there are more than 3 strategic industries. There are many and many. But let's not take it to the extreme. Let's look at what we could do in today's environment. And we have to adopt. Our company is intimately involved in transformation. Our company was founded in 1915 in Taiwan in the business of lumber. I'm sure our Canadian friend here are very familiar with the lumber business. You have lumberjack, cutting tree, very low tech. In the 1950s, my father transformed the company into plywood, slightly higher technology. In 1960, we got involved in making chemical for the plywood, and today we are in 3 very important sectors. Specialty chemical, specifically specialty synthetic rubber. And number 2, semiconductor use chemical. And number 3, biotech. I would like to highlight that our biotech investment, it's just only the beginning, but we're located in Sarnia. We're making food supplement, health supplement, as well as additive and natural coloring. I think Mr. Secretary Kennedy is banning all synthetic coloring in the next few years. And our company is here to make natural coloring via fermentation. Another product, it's very important in today's world, is we make cleaner for semiconductor chips, for especially the advanced chip, which today we supply to TSMC, Intel, Micron of the world. Our products, one of our important products is very simple, a simple rubbing alcohol. But the purity, or rather the impurity, is 1 part per trillion, because the chips are so minute, you cannot afford to have any impurity. Today, we're following our customer to set up our plant in Arizona, in the United States. So as a company, we are very familiar with transformation. We have to make transformation every 20 to 30 years. Otherwise, we cannot survive. I think today, the world needs to make transformation.
And reindustrialization.
Yes. And the reindustrialization has been the hot topic. What can we do? I think most people realize that all the factory closure in North America has hurt the blue collar. And North America, also Europe, had lost a lot of skill sets in terms of industrialization. The thing is, reindustrialization, it's hard. Today, AI is going to help, but AI cannot do welding, cannot do pipe fitting. Maybe one day, 30, 40 years, 50 years later, you can have a robot to do this kind of thing. Today, build a plant in Taiwan, it's 1. Our plant in Arizona is 6 times. And we can't even find the welders and pipe fitter in Arizona. So it's a big challenge. The transformation is very hard.
Yeah, we see this in Canada as well. We're working on a number of fronts. We are a softwood lumber country, a big part of our economy. We have much to learn from your own experience in your own company, because you really went to a number of fronts, semiconductors and biosciences, and been impressed by what you've been doing with the water. I mean, how you can reuse the same water.
Yeah, I think our chemical, rubbing alcohol, we make a highly pure product supplied to 2 nanometer, even the 1.6 nanometer in the pilot plant of TSMC. It's used in washing chip, and the used IPA actually only has 10% IPA and 90% water, as well as a lot of junk. All the photoresist washed out. And we've been very fortunate through innovation, through R&D, we've been able to take that 10% IPA littered with junk and recycle and remake it into a pure electronic grade IPA. We're very, very proud. Last year, we won the Green Technology Award, Supplier Award from TSMC. It's one of the proudest moments in my life, because we're the first one in this world to be able to recycle semiconductor grade chemical in the closed loop. We recycle the IPA. We even recycle the water. It's very relevant in a desert location such as Arizona.
Can you talk to us a bit about your bioscience business that has become, so significant at LCY, and specifically focusing on fermented carotenoids portfolio?
Yes. We're extremely proud that we're actually, as of yesterday, about a month and a half ago, we got approval from FDA to make a carotenoid called astaxanthin. Astaxanthin has, before our fermented process, has two routes. One is synthetic. You make it from chemical, which is very cheap, but not good for your body. And the other one is from algae, very expensive and very low purity. And through fermentation, our engineers and our scientists has been able to purify it, to ferment it and purify it at the same cost that the synthetic ones. And we are extremely proud. And the astral sensing is you can check ChatGPT, it's the most powerful antioxidant in the world. So we're very excited. This is only the dawn of our biotech investment. And we look forward to make more product like these, not in pharma, but it's sort of nutraceutical product. At the same time, we are now looking into the picks and shovels of the pharma business, such as reagent, such as polymers, and these are all very important for the pharmaceutical industry.
Vitamin A? Your vitamin A?
Vitamin A, yes. Vitamin A, well, again, it's another fermented product. It's extremely proud to say that, again, we could be as competitive as synthetic vitamin A. And it's all natural. That's the whole point. Today, people will not pay extra for all natural green product. You have to be just as as competitive, and at the same time, better for you. So these are the products we're extremely proud of.
Yeah, a great contribution to resilience and health security.
Thank you.
That's pretty impressive. Listen, how do you see scaling opportunity in North America for US and Canada?
I think given that the reality of new globalization, of fragmented globalization, North America especially provides a fantastic environment for further investment. We intend to come to North America and invest more for various reasons. I think 3 or 4 years ago, I was a speaker at Select USA, the big FDI conference hosted by the U.S. Commerce Department. I think North America has a great environment for investment. The infrastructure is good, the human capital is good, and most importantly, the political stability of North America. So it's extremely important. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've been focusing on doing more investing in North America.
Think Canada.
Canada is definitely, it's a better North America. 51st state is better.
No, that's not what we mean.
No, I mean, I'm joking, of course. I'm joking, of course.
No, Canada is a pretty stable and pretty productive country. You're welcome here. You're welcome. We're happy to have you in Sarnia, and happy that you consider our country for some of your expansion. Listen, time flies, and I wouldn't want to let you go without hearing what you think that the government of Canada and across North America, what can we do together with your company? Give us some takeaway message for our policymakers who are looking for all kinds of, moving forward our country. So some key takeaway message for our policymakers and for our industry leaders.
I think first of all, I said the North America has the best investment environment and also has the best market. However, there's several shortcomings, if I may. First of all, is regulation. I think North America is still heavily regulated. And I'm not saying the regulations are bad. all the regulations are there because of past bad experience. There are some bad actors, so you have to put in regulation. And many of these regulations were implemented 30, 40, even 50 years ago based on some accident or some bad actors. But today, technology has moved on. The world has moved on. Some of these regulations are very outdated. I would suggest the government should look at a zero-based regulation, just like the old idea, zero-based budget. Every year, January 1, you take all the regulation out. You only pick the one that are relevant. Why not? It makes sense, right? Why do you have so many regulations? I was joking, I heard someone joking that in EU, even the size of pizza is heavily regulated. Do we need that? Just because some merchant advertised pizza for 1 cent per pizza and they cheated on the size, so you have to regulate that? No, that's not necessary. I think the regulation reform is absolutely necessary. And number two, I think it's a human capital development. This is absolutely key. Today, AI is going to save the world, but AI, the last time I heard, I have 2 daughters who are AI PhD, one from Stanford, one from Princeton. They told me humanoid AI to be a welder and pipe fitter and concrete pourer are decades away. So we need to train the proper pipe fitters, proper welders. People can help us build the factory. Reindustrialization, it is not going to come overnight. There's a reason why Arizona costs 6 times as Taiwan. Taiwan, we can build a plant 24 hours. So second thing is human capital development. And third is very judicial subsidy. I think subsidy is a dirty word. If you start to subsidize people, long-term, people become lazy, and you lost efficiency. But in short term, still very important because we're in the transition, we're in the transformation. Maybe short term, some sort of subsidy will be important.
And the value of transformation is very key, and the partnerships that they'll see why. What would be your takeaway for industry leaders in this environment?
I think today we have to follow our customer. And we have to have sort of twin supply chain. One is called domestic supply chain. One is the global supply chain. And if you are in China, you may have to have 3 supply chains. One for China, one for your domestic market, and the other one for global market. So I see it's more complicated. The world is more complicated. Globalization was a wonderful idea. Has done great things, but the world has moved on, has changed.
And there's a lot more politics in this era than there used to be.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Bowie, thank you very much for your enlightening remarks today. It's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our guests. That was a very frank conversation, and I'm sure it was enjoyed by everyone here in this room. And before we move on, let me thank some of our silver partners: BNP Paribas, Aegis, Engie, Synovus, l'Université de l'Ontario Français, Crisis 24, Innova, National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association, and Humber Polytechnic. We are very grateful to them for all that they do to help make this Toronto Global Forum a success. A quick note that our session on Unleashing Toronto's Experience Economy is starting now in Studio 6, if that's where you'd like to be. But in this room, we have already talked in the past 2 days about the fact that we're all using AI in one way or another in pretty much everything that we do all day long. And so that's what we're going to be talking about next as well. In the next session, we're going to look at preparing future leaders for the age of AI. I love the fact of talking about preparing future leaders for the age of AI when I actually think that they are going to be preparing old folks like me on how to use AI of the future. But we are going to have a great conversation no matter what. And to provide introductory remarks, I am delighted to welcome Khaled Hassanein, the Dean of the De Groot School of Business at McMaster University. But first, let's turn our attention to the screens.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khaled Hassanein, and I'm the Dean of the De Groot School of Business. It is at McMaster University. It is a pleasure to join you at the Toronto Global Forum today. On behalf of McMaster University's De Groot School of Business, we are proud to sponsor today's discussion. The forum brings together leaders from business, government, and academia to explore the forces shaping our shared future. Exactly the kind of cross-sector dialogue that we need right now. At De Groot, we believe business education must not only keep pace with change, but help lead it, ensuring that innovation and technology serve people, organizations, and society. We are in a defining moment where artificial intelligence and digital transformation are redefining leadership. Our responsibility as educators is to prepare business leaders who are both technologically fluent and deeply human. Leaders who understand that progress depends as much on empathy and integrity as it does on technical skills and innovation. At De Groot, we are focused on cultivating the balance. Our graduates are thoughtful, values-driven, and socially conscious. These are human differentiating skills in the age of AI, qualities that define the next generation of leadership. That's why we are proud to be launching 2 new Master of Management programs in AI and analytics, one full-time and one part-time, designed to prepare the leaders of tomorrow. These programs will empower students to harness data and AI responsibly and ethically. Our curriculum is designed for the long game, beyond the hype, equipping our students with future-ready leadership and sustainable competitive advantages. It reflects our belief that technology should not only drive performance, but advance the human good. Partnerships and conversations like this one are central to our mission. And collaborating across sectors ensures that we teach and research, what we teach and research remains relevant, impactful, and forward-looking. So as we begin this conversation on preparing future leaders for the age of AI, I look forward to hearing from our distinguished panelists and how we can work together to shape a future that is not only smarter, but more human. Thank you to the Toronto Global Forum for bringing us together, and thank you all for being part of this important dialogue today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for providing that context for the conversation that we're about to have, but also for the leadership in terms of developing the types of programming that future leaders are going to need in this AI world. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Cinzia Bazo, the Managing Director of SAGE, our moderator for this next session, and she will introduce her fabulous guests in just a moment. Let's welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be moderating the panel today. The topic couldn't be more timely. Preparing leaders for the age of AI. In a world where AI is rapidly reshaping how we work and lead, the question isn't just how we adapt, it's how we prepare leaders who are both technologically fluent and deeply human. Over the next 60 minutes, we'll explore how we bridge the education gap for today's leaders, why digital inclusion must go beyond access to tools, how curriculum design is evolving to meet the pace of disruption, what authentic leadership looks like in an AI-driven world, and how AI is being governed and strategically used at the top. So let's dive right in. I'm joined by a panel of experts who bring perspectives from academia, industry, and policy. And before we start, I'll have you all introduce yourself. So we'll start with you, Greg.
Hi, pleasure to be here. Greg Young, Vice President of Cybersecurity and Corp Dev with Trend Micro. We're a $2 billion cybersecurity company.
Very nice, thank you. Aruna?
Hi, Aruna Jayanthi. I'm responsible for Capgemini's business in Canada and other parts of the world. And we are primarily focused on helping organizations navigate through their digital transformation and AI journeys.
Thank you, Aruna. Indrani?
My name is Indrani Bhutani. I come to you today wearing two hats. First, I'm Managing Director for Canada for Atrium Economics. Atrium Economics is a US-based firm just expanding now into Canada. We do regulatory strategy in electricity, natural gas, nuclear, helping clients navigate the energy transition. But I'm also the chair of the Dean's Advisory Council. You just saw our dean, Khaled, speaking just before the start of the panel. And so I chair the Advisory Council at the DeGroote School of Business.
Thank you. And Dr. Sarah King.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah. I am the manager of academic experiential learning at the DeGroote School of Business. So my team and I are responsible for building the experiential opportunities that prepare students to be the leaders that they need to be for this future that is so disruptive, but also has so much opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we'll dive right in. From each of your vantage points, what is the single most urgent shift we need to make in how we prepare future leaders for this AI-powered world? And Indrani, I'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Cinzia, for the question. I think there are a couple of things here that we need to consider. First, there needs to be an overall mindset shift from control and optimization to curiosity and stewardship. If I start with within the energy sector, though this is true across every system, AI challenges us. It challenges us to move from being just controllers of the information to stewards of the consequences. So the most urgent shift then is cultivating leaders who can hold this paradox: efficiency and ethics, innovation and inclusion. And so then when you think about integrative literacy, leaders need to understand, and this is my view, that leaders need to understand that AI isn't just a tool. It's part of a broader ecosystem. And so it's not just one thing that sits on the side. You pick up the hammer when you need the hammer. It's far greater, far deeper than that, and needs to be integrated such that new leaders in general can learn to speak across disciplines: technology, regulation, human behavior, as well as sustainability. And this ensures that AI serves our societal outcomes. So this isn't the rage of the robots, the rage of the machines, and it serves our societal purposes. And then lastly, I would say that governance and accountability are key. So in my sector, so utilities and infrastructure, we're already seeing AI used in its predictive capabilities. So load forecasting, resilience modeling against weather outcomes. But the risk isn't the algorithms. I mean, that part is key and it's exceptionally helpful. And it takes away some of the basic grunt work that otherwise would take a human hours upon days to do. But really, it's about leaders not knowing the questions to ask when they're using these tools. And I know that my colleague Sarah will get to this as well, but this is why we're so proud at DeGroote that we've just launched 2 master's programs, as Khaled referenced, related to AI. We are priming the pump and working with the leaders of today and tomorrow in order to navigate this world of disruption. And I wouldn't say it's a brave new world, it's the brave next world. Thank you.
Aruna, when we spoke last week, you mentioned relative to the shift that we have to make in inclusivity. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Thanks, Chinzia. So I think let me start first with what the expectation is of leaders. Okay? I think today there's a lot of fear about AI. Okay? Will it cause loss in jobs? What is the impact? There's a lot of insecurity as well. So Capgemini, we did a research over 500 organizations in 15 countries, including Canada. And the one thing that we found is that, a lot of people are trained. I think most organizations today train everybody nearly on AI, but the actual usage is only 15% of the managers use it, and 20% of the staff down the line. So I think there is a real fear. There's not enough adoption. Again, I'm talking averages. Of course, there are companies I've heard here that RBC is phenomenally good, Loblaws is good. So they are, just to take a few names. There are exceptions to the rule, but by and large, the adoption is pretty low. And that comes partly by fear and partly because of the journey mapping is not very clear. So in my view, what needs to happen is leaders need to actually shift the narrative from, okay, these are the challenges, this is the potential loss, to, hey, really, that's not the case. There's a huge opportunity out there. Okay, there's an opportunity for us as an organization to improve our revenue, to reach out to customers we have not done before. There's an opportunity to improve cost, to improve productivity. So that narrative shift needs to happen very quickly, and that can happen by identifying clearly where are the pockets of promise, what can happen. So just as an example, Cynthia, so people talk about, we can get 40% productivity gain. Does that mean that 40% jobs are lost? No, I look at it the other way around, okay? Hey, you can do 40% more work. Okay, so I think there's an urgent need for organizations to shift that narrative and paint the picture of what really is possible. Then you can start the execution.
Yes, and I will say my real life experience is that, and I was talking to my husband this morning driving in, we don't see AI as a way of decreasing, the number of employees that work for us. We see AI as a way to enable us to grow 2x. So very much, in line with what you're thinking. As it relates to curiosity, Sarah, do you want to weigh in on that?
Absolutely, and I think the things that I was going to say have been already said so eloquently. I think the most urgent shift we need to make, and speaking from an academic perspective, is we need to broaden that sense of curiosity, that mindset of curiosity, beyond the silos that we think about it in. And at the university, that's research, that's teaching, that's outreach. Those are separate activities at the moment. And we're separate from the corporate clients. We're separate from our community partners. We're separate from our communities themselves. I think the most urgent shift that needs to happen in order to respond to the opportunity that AI offers is to break down those silos and to start working together. And that's what experiential learning is trying to do. That's what we're trying to do at DeGroote with the new building we are opening, the McLean Center for Collaborative Discovery, is to foster that working together as humans. Those are the things the robots are never going to be able to do. And we need to augment the work that both my colleagues have described here, by bringing those sort of human-centered knowledges, human-centered skills, putting them at the center, curiosity, discovery, exploration, and moving towards a place where we work in tandem rather than in silos.
Love that. Greg, Indrani mentioned governance. And in the world that we're in, when trust is imperative, how should leaders be thinking about protecting their organization and their customers' information? And then as a follow-up, maybe, what do we have to let go of and what can we introduce in thinking about that?
Yeah, I think our experience around the world right now is that for new leaders coming up and having to grapple with this, there's opportunity and threat. So from the threat side, it's encouraging that we aren't expecting to see any novel new kinds of threats from AI to your business. It's going to be just better, faster, stronger. Much like the opportunity side is going to be, we can do things better, faster, and stronger. So, attackers doing the things they're doing today, or the possibility of losing data or not being able to do your business, those remain constant. It's just the speed is going to be greater and the impact is going to be greater. We've learned a lot of lessons in the past from implementing new technologies, and I think this has to be treated much like that. When we brought in cloud, when we brought in, even the internet, there was often this some bad business assumptions made by leaders about not protecting themselves. So on the opportunity side, I think it's definitely moving ahead. And instead of focusing on the threat, how can we protect ourselves better? And that's been the real opportunity using AI itself. Much like in business, though, one of the surprising things is that, yes, there are these incremental gains that we talked about, but it's often underestimated what can be done with AI in business. So I think that encouraging leaders to do more and ask about taking that extra step, I think is critical. And not to expect regulations to hold your hand for it. I sit on the Canadian Forum for Digital Infrastructure Resilience. One of the working groups I'm on is the one on AI. It's half government, half industry. And I think what we've recognized as the industry members is that there's great regulations going on, leadership in Canada from the regulatory side, but only in some areas, so that protection side or resilience is not there. So one of the aspects that we're working on right now is sovereignty. So as no matter which country you're in, I think recognizing that there's sovereignty aspects, but it's not about making it in Canada, it's about recognizing that other people's regulations shouldn't be driving you, their priorities, and especially when you're in conflict or in competition with other countries. That's a recognition you've got to make, and you can make decisions based on that can guide your business.
Excellent. Aruna, how do we think about seasoned leaders and bringing them along the AI journey?
So when you look at current organizations, they are traditionally, you talk about a pyramid, right? There's a manager, there's team leaders, there's people below that, and then there's the entry-level workers. I think, first of all, we need to assess how is the organization going to change in the new model, okay? I don't believe it will be a pyramid anymore. There are two theories that are emerging, that it could be like an hourglass, so the middle management really becomes thin, and then you have a fatter bottom, or it could actually be a diamond shape. Okay, so there are still emerging theories around how it will evolve the organization, and it will obviously depend on the nature of the industry. Now, as leaders, what one needs to recognize is, for each of these roles, how is the role changing? So, for example, content, the role will change from, for example, a content creator to a content reviewer. Okay, you won't have the people creating, because the content creation can be done some other way, but then you have to review the content to make sure that, for example, a copywriting, it adheres to your brand guidelines, the tone of the company and everything else. So the role of the people will change. So as leaders, I think one needs to take every role, you literally have to look at it as in the life of a salesperson, the life of a copywriter, the life of this one, look at their daily things and look at how their workflow changes and how their role changes. And I think that's very important for leaders. And that's the only way, in my view, that you can really build the future organization that is really taking the benefits of Gen AI.
Yeah, I mean, that actually rings true for everything, whether it's a customer or an employee or a leader, et cetera, right? What is the day in the life of? How do I remove friction?
Maybe I'll add to that. I think that when you consider where we're at today, we still, from a teaching standpoint, tend to focus or over-focus on the technical capabilities. And we're at this crossroads now where the fact that we're human, that's what we need to be double-clicking on if we're double-clicking on anything. So that emotional intelligence that we can bring to the equation, the true real-life experiences, those are the elements that we now need to bring to bear in this human-machine interaction. And if we take that a step further and go back to what we're doing at McMaster, experiential learning is at the heart of how we promote this. People need to, my colleagues have talked about breaking down silos. Those silos need to be retired, and we need to bring to bear the engineering student who talks to the person who has Indigenous or First Nations experiences, policymakers with ethicists, so that the experiential learning is cross-section, cross-experience, which is something that no machine can create. And as Aruna rightly pointed out, that base of basic content creation, and you see this across all sectors. I mean, lawyers are talking about how they won't need, not that we won't need articling students, that should not be a rumor that you leave this room with, but you know, the grunt work that articling students would otherwise be forced to do can quickly be thrown into pick your AI engine and taken away, so that the real value add and the bigger brain learning, bigger brain impacts can come from the humans.
And I'll add on to that because you talked about my favorite thing, experiential learning. In academic language, from the literature, from educational theory, what we're talking about are higher order thinking skills. We no longer need to train our students to write an essay. We need to train students to create a message, to think clearly, to be able to present that message in a way that will reach multiple audiences. I hear this all the time in sort of higher education circles about how do you, what do we do? There's a lot of doom and gloom in higher ed about AI. Oh no, now what? Our students, they're getting ChatGPT to write their essays. Then give a better assignment, right? That's the answer is not take away this magical tool. Imagine in 1996 if we were teaching and said, no internet use for you, must go to card catalog instead. We didn't, I think, you know, those conversations happened, but the sector shifted to embrace a new technology. And so when my team and I are working with faculty members, we're talking about how can we use these tools to augment what students are doing. So one of the core elements of experiential learning is reflection. Experiential learning, you can take this, the definition of experiential learning is learning by reflecting on doing. It's not just the doing, it's the reflecting on and making meaning and making sense by doing that reflection. We have had our TAs for our second year course code AI agents to help students write better reflections. So when they are writing, the AI agent is saying, you didn't give an example here, or how could you make this stronger, or what were your feelings about that experience and how did that shape what you learned from it? So instead of putting up more walls, instead of living with that sort of fear mentality that Aruna, you mentioned, what's the opportunity to live with an abundance mentality and acknowledge that this is an opportunity to shift what we need to do. Now my classroom looks so different than it did 3 years ago. I don't need to teach sentence structure. I don't need to teach how to write a good essay. What I need to do is teach students to say, what have you learned and how do you apply that in a new situation?
Right, so how do you make decisions as well, right?
Exactly.
Based on what you've learned. I was just, as you were talking, I was thinking about how useful ChatGPT would have been for me when I was in school. So feeling a little cheated right now, but that's
We had to do it the hard way.
Yeah, we had to do it everything the hard way, yes. Okay, so to the wider group, I'd like to hear from you on your individual perspectives. Just think about what messages should we be sharing with entrants to the workforce today? And in your opinion, are they ready to lead in this new reality? Maybe we'll start with you, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the newer generation coming up are greatly enabled because of their experience, you know, going through their education when this technology is being introduced. I think what may be coached in more is the resilience aspects of what the impacts are in the business, that there's this great enthusiasm, but for example, energy costs alone can derail projects or be a surprise to the business. And also being a bit skeptical, that teaching some healthy skepticism about technology, especially if you're going to use it to generate something that's going to go and be critical to your business, something like a quarterly results or something like that. These checks and balances, whether it be in coding, whether it be in material rewrite, whether it be in contract language, I think that that's the kind of steps that can replace some of these, sentence structure and these new skills that we need to do this. And teaching about resilience in business is something that's not often done.
So I'm hearing resilience, I'm hearing curiosity again, skepticism. Aruna?
Message not just for the new entrants, but at all levels. I would say that one message is AI augments and empowers. It doesn't take away, it doesn't demean you, it doesn't diminish your this. I think it can help you become the best version of yourself. And that's the message that we'd like people to remember and as they build their careers. The second is AI is not for everything. It's not the answer for every single thing. It's expensive, as he said, and there's a cost to it. So it has to be used judiciously where it makes sense. I mean, if you use it for just plain automation, it's a waste of resource. Okay, so you have to really explore where it is used. So be judicious, and then do not let it degrade your critical thinking, which is one of the, I think, studies that I think everybody saw, that, do not let it take over your intellectual capabilities and your critical thinking.
Yeah. It's very key. Thank you. Indra.
Well, I'll start with, it's too bad that we don't have to teach sentence structure anymore, because I'm still trying to figure out what my teenager means by 6, 7. But that aside, I think that when we think about organizations and whether new leaders or seasoned leaders, we tend to park risk for the most senior levels of conversation. And so when I consider enterprise risk, we've been talking about, first we've been talking about cybersecurity as the big buzz. Cybersecurity is table stakes now. When you think about cybersecurity and AI risk, I think what I'd like for leaders to remember moving forward is that data integrity is enterprise integrity. And I feel like that is getting lost in the, we can shove everything into pick your AI engine, because I don't favor any, there's Chat, Gemini, whatever. But there's a risk to putting all that data in an open engine. So number one, that. So leaders need to consider that. Emerging leaders need to be taught that. It has been said that AI is not for everything. I think the third piece is that don't forget that you think. You have a brain. And I see this in my teenagers, one's in university and one's still in school, that the easy answer, push the Staples easy button, is to put it into an AI engine. And so business leaders putting key questions into an AI engine. But then where's the thinking and the experience that follows? Challenging the challenging the AI bot to question whether the answer is correct. Asking the question in several different ways. I think that critical thinking and that those probative skills are what needs to be fostered in leaders moving forward. And I think it needs to be fostered across senior level tables as well, that we challenge each other, because when people are coming to the table and they're just spouting what somebody ran through a chat GPT for them and gave them a briefing note, well, did you think about it? What do you think about it? And what are the impacts of it? Particularly as some of these very critical items hit communities, infrastructure. I mean, these are major decisions that impact real people and real lives.
I love that. Sarah?
I'd like to flip the question, because I'd like to speak to the leaders who are hiring those entry-level folks that are coming through the programs that we're building and that we're developing. I think there's an opportunity to flip the narrative and say, not what don't they know, but what do they know and what can they bring. I think there's often a conversation about the students aren't resilient or they don't have these skills. But I think it's important to think about what they do have and who our students that are graduating are. Dr. Corey Seemiller is one of my academic idols. She does research, generational research, and her major publication is called Gen Z, she's American, Goes to College, and talks about what motivates Gen Z and who are these students. And I've seen this in my career. I've been teaching in higher ed for 15 years. When I started teaching, I was firmly in the millennial me generation. And the questions I was getting from students is, what are you, university, going to do for me, student, so that I get a good job when I graduate? And we responded to that cohort by increasing investment and increasing opportunities for things like co-ops and internships that have a really direct pathway to employment. And we heard from our employer partners that that's what they wanted. They wanted students who had experience in their field, for some in their company. And what I'm hearing now from my students is, I can't wait. I'm not interested in waiting 4 or 5 years to make an impact. So it's, how are you, university, going to create the environment and the experiences in which I can start to make a difference while I'm still in school? So these students that are coming, they have that curiosity. They are so cause motivated. They want to think about the ethical and sustainable impact of things like AI. And I think we need to be creating the experiences that allow them to cultivate that. So I would like to say to the employers and the leaders in the room that we need to be leaning into experiential opportunities that dive into that messiness and give students the opportunity to challenge themselves in the way they want to. Immediately after this, I am leaving to run back to our Burlington campus where our MBA students are doing, we call it Grit Week. Grit stands for Growing, Resilient, and Integrative Thinkers. Right now, they are presenting, the first round of pitches are done. They're doing a 3-round pitch competition today. We gave them a case on Thursday, partnered with Siemens Canada. The question is, the case essentially is, AI data centers use a ton of water to cool these data centers, and there's all this hot water left over. Our students are creating a business and sustainability-focused pitch for what can Siemens do with all that leftover water. They're doing that right now. Those project-based, those problem-based learning opportunities are the ways that students get to practice those integrative, those higher order thinking skills, and they're coming to you already having done it. And so I think we need to rethink what entry level means, because as folks have said, that sort of grunt work, what we thought about as entry level work, doesn't need to exist in the way it did before. How can you harness the work that we're putting in at universities to empower students to think in new ways, to solve challenging problems, and responding to them where they say, I want to make a difference right now? How can you create the context in which they can do that? So I think it's less about what do we need to tell future leaders? I want you to know who those future leaders are, and they are exceptional. And I am really excited about the ways that we could work collaboratively in breaking down those silos so that students and graduates, when they come to you, you're already recognizing what they bring.
I love that passion. Thank you for that. So would your one piece of advice to new entrants to the market be, know your worth, know what you're bringing? Do you want to finish that sentence?
Yeah, absolutely. Know your worth, know what you're bringing, and know how to talk about what you've already done. I've been an employer. I've interviewed students for many, many jobs over the years. They almost never talk about what they've done in their courses. Ask them, because they've had these opportunities, maybe thinking about how your entry-level hiring works, or how your co-op pipelines work, or how your engagement with the universities with whom you partner look. So that one piece of advice is, you've got a lot to say. And I think it's showing the value, but also that the system needs to shift so that they can do that.
And leaders need to harness the power of what they bring.
Absolutely.
Indrani, if you can give one piece of advice, knowing how fast AI is moving and evolving, what would you tell someone about the kind of leader that they need to become in this next era?
I think that leaders need to be the kind of person who's not afraid to pause. I think that's the kind of leaders that we need. A leader that's unafraid to pause in a world that is driven by speed, instant gratification. Be willing to pause. I mean, I really think that that's the human superpower. Your ability to reflect, and this kind of ties to what Sarah just said, that you've had great experience. Whether you're the seasoned leader or the new leader, your experiences define you, and they also make you outstanding, like outstanding in a good way. Stand out. Be outstanding in your ability to pause. That reflection, as well as data, is what is going to drive the future. And so in an AI-driven world, taking that time, being reflective, being a reflective leader, I think is the new superpower.
Great, thank you. Aruna.
I would say authentic leaders, leading by example, not scared to say, I don't know, willing to learn from people at any level, being empathetic. Well, there's a lot of things, okay, but I hope that gives you a sense of it. But I think the most important is learning, guiding the teams, and setting the example directly.
So traditional great leadership characteristics.
Yeah, no different from what you see in great leaders.
Simple. Greg?
Yeah, I think a more orthogonal learning, so trying to learn from areas in your company you wouldn't normally learn from younger people, from those different backgrounds, seeking that out. Continual curiosity, things like micro-certifications. There's some great research out of Stats Canada showing that the friction for unemployment is greatly lowered for people who do that, but also for leadership. Doing that kind of certification yourself, they're short, they're bite-sized, and you can quickly learn the difference between chat-based AI versus special purpose AI and learn what impact that would have on the business. And the last one is look for those magnitudes of opportunity, where instead of the small incremental ones, those great ones. So for example, today there's a whole bunch of startups that have sprung out from trying to manage the costs of your AI for you. It's a whole new business line, because of this business of tokens, which are how the economy is running in AI now. So these kinds of new opportunities, why shouldn't your business be looking for those and pushing the edges of your traditional risk management?
Great. So we're all leaders during a time of AI. Is there anything that you would like to talk about that we haven't talked about so far that you'd like to contribute? Greg, we'll start with you.
I think the greatest one would be that digging into the technology hands-on yourself, even if you don't do it in front of your staff, having to learn that or consult your teams or teams or others. But no, it's imperative because again, there's so much hype right now in this, both for positive and for negative. Some of it's real, some of it's not. It's reality that's here. But I think having to get some of that experience yourself. So to the point about experiential learning, you have to get involved with this, and you have to be curious and have to keep reading. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind.
100% agree with Greg. I think there's so many who are not touching it themselves, so it's fairly theoretical, so that's needed. But in addition, I'd say that leaders need to recognize that AI is all about data. Okay, and they have to understand the power of data. What is it that they have in their organization? What is outside? Without that, there's no good AI.
I think we need to remember that there's a generation of the workforce now that will enter not knowing a world that didn't have AI. So I think that's exponentially different. And the uptake of AI, we all know this, I'm not saying anything that's ground shattering. The uptake of AI is more rapid than any other technological uptake, period. So, the kid who's in, and I have a child who's in grade 8, when he hits university, when he hits grad school, when he hits the workforce, anywhere along the way, even in summer jobs, these are humans where their world includes AI. Talk to them. Don't be afraid of them. And we need to not stand on our sit on our high horses thinking because we've been doing whatever for 25 years, that therefore we can't learn from the summer student. Because there still tends to be that top-down approach. So I'd really like to encourage us all to be willing to walk down the hall to the cubicle And, I'd prefer that people were in offices, but that's a different story. I think that we need to be face to face. But have those conversations and leverage the people that don't know a world that's different.
If I can just add to something interesting that you said, there will be a generation who didn't know what it was like before this wave of technology. Equally, there is a generation that doesn't understand technology, and I'm quite passionate about that, because unless we build an inclusive workforce, an inclusive community, we are going to fail as a society. So I think for leaders to understand how to carry along the people in not just in the organization who are not very technologically adept, but also the consumers. So designing products and services for consumers who might not know that, and equally, so we are going to have a straddling of two completely different types of people in our organization as well as in our consumer base, and it's important for leaders to recognize that and build to that.
Bring everyone along.
What I'm hearing and what my colleagues are saying is the way we've always done things isn't good enough. And we're talking about a sea of change. And I feel like we're trying to plug an existing system, an existing structure into a changing world. And so I think one of the things we haven't talked about is what structures are going to have to change. I think you started talking about it in terms of leadership models, right? That pyramid might not be the best model in a world that AI has transformed. I think we as universities are some of the most risk-averse organizations in the world, the most change-averse organizations in the world. I still have professors who use the card catalog and aren't looking up journal articles on the internet, let alone AI and ChatGPT and how that can help structure those things. And so I think we all have to be looking at what systems and structures are we part of, and how do we need to change those systems and structures. Writing essays in class isn't going to work anymore, so what has to change? But bigger than that, does the way we think about teaching and learning have to change? Does the way we think about leadership have to change? Does the way we think about the economy need to change? Does the way we think about governance need to change to respond to the rapid pace of change that we're seeing? And I think we're hearing it needs to be more inclusive, it needs to be broader, it needs to be bigger, it needs to be bolder. And I think there's a real risk that folks will try and ride the wave and sort of see where it lands them. And I think we need to be leaning into the opportunity for change that's being presented to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Well, with a few minutes left, I want to thank you all very much for your rich and thought-provoking discussions. What we've heard today is clear. Preparing future leaders in the age of AI isn't just about teaching technology. It's about cultivating wisdom and adaptability and authenticity. Whether in classrooms, boardrooms, or policy circles, we have a shared responsibility to ensure that leadership evolves as fast as the tools we use. Thank you to all of you, the panelists, and thank you to all of you for being a part of the conversation.
Well, it sounds like we are as prepared for the future as we possibly can be. Thank you very much to these experts for bringing their opinions and their thoughts and their guidance to the stage today. We're very grateful to them for their forward-focused thinking. And it is time for us, friends, to transition out of this room and into the foyer for some networking. If you can't get enough of AI, then you are indeed in luck, because you can just head to Studio 6. That's in the ballroom down the hall. There is another conversation about sorry, I keep saying this wrong, AI. And in this case, it's about the urban energy transition. So that's going to be of great interest to some of you. We'll meet back here for lunch in about 30 minutes or so, but I will ask you to make your way out as quickly as you can so that the staff here has the opportunity to change this over for lunch. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back, one and all. We're going to begin our luncheon, so I'll ask everyone to please take their seats. This is, of course, our final luncheon together here at the Toronto Global Forum. We are delighted to offer this luncheon in collaboration with the UAE, and sincere thanks to them for their generosity. Just a quick note that you should either have already received or you will be receiving during lunch a ticket to enter a draw for 2 Air Canada tickets within Canada, and that draw will take place at the end of lunch, so just keep that in mind. We also have special dignitaries and special guests with us here today, and I would ask that our VIP tables please stand now to be recognized. You'll see their names on the screens behind me, and as they stand, let's acknowledge them with a round of applause, please. You're very welcome here. And it is now with tremendous pleasure that I invite His Excellency Abdul Rahman Ali Al Nayadi, the UAE Ambassador to Canada, to the podium to offer welcoming remarks to this luncheon today. Welcome, Ambassador.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a great privilege for me to address you today on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, a nation that has transformed itself into a global beacon of opportunity, innovation, and collaboration. I wish to recognize Nicolas Remeliar, President and CEO of International Economic Forum of the Americas, and Mr. Joe Clark, President of the Toronto Global Forum, for supporting the UAE involvement in this event and highlighting the UAE during this luncheon, which helps to further strengthen the trade and investment relations between Canada and the United Arab Emirates. The UAE's story is a story of a vision, and ambition. From a modest trading outpost, which we have built a dynamic, diversified economy that serves as a gateway to the Middle East, Africa, and Asia and beyond. Strategically located at the crossroads of global trade routes, the UAE connects over 3.2 billion people within a 4-hour flight, with a collective GDP of 60 trillion in emerging markets alone. Our world-class infrastructure, led by Dubai ports, Abu Dhabi ports, airports, and logistic networks, facilitate seamless trade flows and making use of this connection. Our economic vision in the UAE is underpinned by stability, innovation, and openness. The UAE ranks among the top globally for ease of doing business, with streamlined regulations, a business-friendly environment, and a robust legal framework. We have eliminated most barriers for foreign ownerships in many sectors, introducing long-term visa for investors and entrepreneurs, and established free zones that offers 100% foreign ownership, tax exemptions, and full repatriation of profits. These policies have attracted multinational corporations, startups, and investors from all around the world, including many Canadian firms, as well as Canada's major banks. This includes Scotiabank, which opened a branch in Dubai as early as 1978. What a vision. The UAE is committed to innovation and further solidify our position as a global hub. We are a home to cutting-edge initiatives like Dubai's blockchain strategy, Abu Dhabi Masdar City for sustainable technology, and the UAE's ambitious space program, which recently made history with the Emirates Smart Mission. Our investments in artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and fintech are creating new opportunities to collaboration with Canadian businesses renowned for their expertise in these fields. This week, during his visit to the United Arab Emirates, Canada's Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, the Honourable Evan Solomon, held productive meetings with key UAE officials in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, including the Minister of Economy and the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and many others. He also, during his visit, signed an MOU with His Excellency Mohammed Hassan Suwaidi, the UAE Minister of Investment, to drive investment and cooperation in data centers and artificial intelligence. Trade between the UAE and Canada is flourishing, with bilateral trade reaching over $3 billion in 2024 and growing steadily. Canadian companies like Bombardier, CNC Lavalin, and Brookfield have found success in the UAE, while Emirati investments in Canada, particularly in energy, real estate, and technology, continues to expand. A significant milestone in our partnership is the recently concluded FIPA agreement, the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, which will be soon signed. This agreement strengthens investor confidence by providing a stable and predictable framework for mutual investment, further solidifying the UAE as a secure destination for Canadian capital, and vice versa. Moreover, the UAE is actively pursuing a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Canada. The CEPA will further reduce trade barriers, streamline customs processes, and open new markets, enabling Canadian businesses to leverage the UAE's strategic position as a springboard to high-growth regions like Asia and Africa. Together, the FIPA and the CEPA reflects our shared commitment to fostering economic growth and mutual prosperity. The UAE, vibrant multicultural society where over 200 nationalities peacefully coexist, mirroring Canada's diversity, creating a natural synergy for culture and economic exchange. The UAE is not just a destination for trade and investment, it's a partner in process. We invite Canadian businesses, entrepreneurs, and innovators to join us in shaping a future defined by opportunity, innovation, and mutual prosperity. Together, we can build bridges that span continents, industries, and aspirations. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to engaging with you throughout the luncheon to explore the boundless possibility of our shared journey. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Excellency, for your warm and informative remarks, for your presence here amongst us at the Toronto Global Forum, and for the UAE's support of this lunch today. And now, my friends, meals will be served, and you will be happy to know that in the joy of our final day together, we're giving you a full 30 minutes to enjoy your food and your conversations. Take every second of it, and I'll be back to interrupt you afterwards. Bon appétit à tous et à toutes. Well, hello, everybody. As promised, I am back to interrupt you. I hope you've all enjoyed your meals. I hope you've also enjoyed your conversation. And I hope that you have enjoyed the fact that we have not made you leave the room for dessert. We brought it to you this time. Enjoy every bite. They are still in the room with us, so once again, could we please thank the staff here at the Royal York for their service. Well, you know that our luncheons are always a forum for really interesting dialogue, and today will be no different. We're in for a great conversation with a respected banking leader and a noted financial journalist. Scott Thompson is the president and CEO of Scotiabank, and John Ehrlichman is a financial commentator and contributor for BNN Bloomberg. And we are going to welcome them now to the stage with great fanfare.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. And Scott, it's great to see you again and to be here with a lot of wonderful speakers. And we've heard a lot this week about the state of the world, the state of the economy. I'd like to start there. Obviously, bank CEOs get asked this question all the time. What's happening? What's the economic picture look like? As you look at where we are with all these moving parts right now, what's sort of the overarching theme for you?
Yeah, well, first, thanks to the Global Forum for having me and John. Good to see you again. I mean, I think the overall theme is just uncertainty, and we have a new leader and a new approach in Washington that's got a fundamentally different view on how global supply chains should operate, and that is forcing all nations to adjust. And I think now there's a recognition and realization that this is with us, and probably not only through this administration, but through future administrations. And so I think all countries are reevaluating, how to engage with the U.S. and then also how to make sure they ensure prosperity at home. I think the other thing that's really notable to me is a recognition from all countries that we haven't probably done our best to focus on a growth agenda. And I mean, in Canada, well, I'm sure we'll talk about that, but the last 10 years have been difficult. I think the same could be said for the UK, the same could be said for Europe. And so how do we kind of move that pendulum to a growth-first agenda, which obviously helps the nation state and also helps your engagement with the US?
So this idea of a growth-first agenda is something you've been talking about for several months. Can you, I guess from your vantage point, what does that encompass?
Well, if you put yourself now in Canada, I think the last 10 years, we haven't had a growth-first agenda. You've seen the productivity divergence with the U.S., and there's lots of reasons for that, regulation, talent, capabilities, et cetera. But I think the biggest issue we've had is we haven't utilized the resources we have. And when I say resources, I mean natural resources. And so we are world-class in so many areas: uranium, potash, oil and gas, electricity in terms of the grid. And we haven't taken those advantages and utilized them to the extent possible. And so one of the things that I'm really encouraged about with this new government is there's a recognition that we have to do that. And whether it's through Bill C-5, the Major Projects Office, and just the passion and the spirit that they brought to governing the nation, I'm cautiously optimistic that we're charting a new path here for Canada.
And I guess if you have to think about running your business day to day with all the short-term uncertainties that you spoke about, but embracing kind of this long-term opportunity, how does the economy figure itself out, I guess, along the way within that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Canadian banks have a really big role to play. So if you think about this banking system, and this isn't the Canadian banking system. I think we've got some great industries here in Canada that can play a role. But for the Canadian banks in particular, we managed through the great financial crisis as envy of the world. I took this job on 3 years ago, and one of the first things that happened was the financial dislocation with Silicon Valley Bank in the US, which resulted in some banks going bankrupt and a lot of deposits moving around the system. The Canadian banks were just so strong through that period. We actually saw deposit inflows into our bank, particularly in the international banking part of the business, but also in Canada. And so we should be really proud of the banking system that we have, and that banking system can have a role to play in the Canada Growth First agenda. Since I've become the CEO, we've strengthened the balance sheet significantly. A lot of the Canadian banks have done the same. And we have an opportunity to lean in now to lend money, be advocates for this vision that the Prime Minister has. And we owe it to the country, and we owe it to our clients to do that. And so that's one piece of it. I think the second piece of it, though, and we're not immune from what's going on around us. We all have operations outside of Canada, and we're all fiduciaries to allocate that capital. And so we have to be really thoughtful about how we create returns for our shareholders. And so there's a big onus on the Canadian government and industry here to make sure that competitive playing field between Canada and the US is kept relatively constant so that Canada is a source for capital allocation in the future, and that money doesn't flow towards the US.
When you speak to the clients you work with around the world, though, do you feel like the vision we're seeing from the leadership in this country, that idea of a changing growth agenda, is resonating?
I don't think people recognized how the standing of Canada in the international community had fallen so fast over this last 10 years. And we weren't seen as a place that people wanted to invest because it was just too hard to do business. And there's been a lot said about income taxes and incentives, and I actually think it's more on the regulatory front. It just became too hard to get things done. And so now with this new government coming into place, with some of the initial steps that they have done, I think that is changing the dialogue. But we have to then execute on that and demonstrate that we can get things done. And it's not only for the next 5 years, but for the next 20 years. Because as people make capital allocation decisions, they are making it for a long, long time. And so that we have to build that credibility with the international community.
And in terms of individual examples within that idea of being smarter with growth opportunities, I remember you talked about trade barriers between provinces. We've seen progress made on that front. What are the things you're going to be monitoring to determine whether or not progress is being made?
I mean, I think there's two angles. One, we have to take care of our own home and make sure we do our best to reduce the regulatory burden, get rid of interprovincial trade barriers, make it easy to control our own destiny here. And this concept of economic sovereignty and making sure that we do our best with what we have and what we can control has got to be the first step in that direction. Second, I do think we need to have a dual track policy of both deepening with the US, recognizing that it's 80% of our trade and is not going away, and we've got to make sure that we can, in certain sectors, deepen, but we also need to diversify trade to other countries and other regions where we do have a right to play and a right to win. And again, I come back to resources then, and natural gas is a perfect example where you have one of the biggest deposits in the world in Western Canada at a very price competitive situation, and we should be exporting that to the rest of the world.
And how does Canada navigate that potential opportunity with just the traditional challenges we see when tensions will immediately start to surface when people are talking about new pipelines, et cetera? How do we marry those two things in a productive way?
I mean, you can. In my mind, I'm going to say this, and it sounds easy, but it's not. But the concept of this grand bargain, where you are doing what's right for the country, the world, from a climate perspective and an energy transition perspective, and you're optimizing our resources, and you're diversifying trade, and you're deepening with the US. And as you think about all of that, you can imagine a scenario where you are, you hear the Prime Minister now talking about Keystone again, right? Deepening with the US. You hear the Prime Minister in the Major Projects Office talking about LNG Phase 2. Which gets you your gas off of the west coast of Canada. You had a pipeline, Northern Gateway, that was actually fully permitted, fully provisioned, and then got struck down by the federal government. And you have the Pathways Alliance where you can do carbon capture, all in the context of the Canadian government being more accommodating from a emissions cap, a tanker ban, and a Bill C-69. But this grand bargain of more resources to the US, more resources to Western Canada, or to export it off Western Canada, carbon capture to reduce emissions, and getting sand out of the gears to do things faster and giving the international community the credibility so that they will invest capital. That should be the objective. And I don't think it takes that long. I don't think it takes that long. And again, that's why I'm cautiously optimistic that our government now, under Prime Minister Carney, is on the right track.
In your day job, when you're looking at numbers, and you talk a lot about capital allocation, which has been a big prioritization for you as the CEO of Scotiabank, but when people are trying to understand the opportunity, like what can be unlocked with energy in this country and globally, and our natural resources. I mean, how big of an opportunity are we talking about?
Let's just take data centers as an example. You know, look at the U.S. economy right now is being driven by AI and being driven by the investment in data centers. And as you think about electrification and the need to create sources of power, data centers are going to be a huge part of the future. And you look at how fast the U.S. is moving on data centers, and we're in the U.S., we're the 10th largest foreign bank in the U.S. We are allocating a lot of our capital to doing that. We should be doing the same in Canada. And as you think about Alberta, you've got, you know, great natural resources in terms of gas, you've got great renewable opportunities, you've got a country that actually is very tech savvy and innovative, so has the demand for it. And so that should be something that we should be, you know, doubling down on.
So you talked about the fact that you have exposure to the U.S. market. You also have a large presence in Mexico. You've spent some time in Mexico, including with the Prime Minister. I guess my first question would just be, as you have been, you know, part of the dialogue and observing the relationship between Canada and Mexico, how would you describe where things stand right now?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been the CEO for 3 years, and the first year was spent developing the strategy, and the strategy was around connectivity of the bank, and that was Canada, US, Mexico. And I fundamentally believe that that is a strong strategy in the context of the US trying to figure out how to compete with China as an economic superpower. And they're going to need friends, they're going to need allies, they're going to need Mexico, they're going to need Canada. And there's $1.6 trillion of trade flows between Canada, US, Mexico. Now, admittedly, you know, it's 860 between Canada and the US and 860 between Mexico and the US, and not a lot yet between Canada and Mexico. But one of the things that struck me was when I went down as Prime Minister Trudeau was leaving, and before Prime Minister Carney came in, I spent time with the new President Sheinbaum in Mexico, and it was clear that the relationship between Canada and Mexico needed a lot of work. And despite having CUSMA, there wasn't a lot of trust between these two countries. And that surprised me in my role and was one of the reasons that we went down in January. What I'm really encouraged about is on the most recent trip with Prime Minister Carney, that relationship has been repaired. And I think what you're seeing with both President Trump and President Sheinbaum is dealing with and deepening relationships with and coming to good, mutually beneficial outcomes. You need a relationship. And so the good news is that relationship's there. The second good news was there was a commitment by both Mexico and Canada to deepen the economic coordination. And you can think of things like ports as an example, one thing they're going to focus on. So I do think we've now kicked off CUSMA. You've obviously got these trade flows that are happening and helpful for the whole region. I think that will get renewed, and I think that will be beneficial for the Bank of Nova Scotia for sure, but also beneficial for Canada longer term.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to ask you for maybe a little bit more detail on the kinds of things that if we're going to have a fresh conversation about the trading relationship over the long term, how long does that process take, and what are the core pieces of that, in your opinion?
I think what's going on right now between Canada and the U.S. is they're trying to negotiate and deal with steel, aluminum, and tariffs, which are steel, aluminum, and forestry, as it relates to Section 232 and the tariffs that are really hurting our Canadian companies. My sense from watching from afar, it does feel like they're making some progress on that. That is separate from CUSMA. And the CUSMA renegotiations, there's actually a path to do that over the next year. If we can get that done on relatively good terms, that's really important for Canada and will allow us to continue to grow over the next 2 or 3 years. What I would encourage everyone to think about is right now we are being treated better than any other country in the world from a trading relationship with the US. And so, yes, we need to maintain that, but we also have to accept it's going to be different than what it was historically because the US administration has taken a different view, not just with Canada, but with the rest of the world. And so that's going to have some pretty significant implications on Canada. We're going to have to think about how we allocate our capital internally. I think it's going to be difficult for Ontario and for the auto sector, for sure, because of President Trump's view on auto manufacturing in Canada. But it will be beneficial for other areas of the economy. It'll be really beneficial for the Ring of Fire in Ontario, very beneficial for Western Canada in terms of resource optimization, beneficial for things like hydro and uranium. And so there's going to be lots of opportunities, but it's going to be different, and we need to accept that it's going to be different. And for the banks, we have a big role to play in that because we have a lot of capital that have been built up over the last few years on the back of the regulators across the world making sure that the financial system was strong. And so that capital can be released to help support this massive infrastructure build that the Prime Minister is expecting.
Would you be expecting capital from around the world then, as you guys are putting some to work to be alongside you?
Yeah, that would be the objective, right? But I think then it comes back to credibility, and you have to get the international community to buy in to what you're doing is a permanent change. Again, when you see the Prime Minister spending time in Germany and in Europe, and that dialogue changing from there's no business case to LNG to actually how do we actually send gas to Europe, that's a good signal. That's a good signal, and the first steps in building up that credibility.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many potential partners in these scenarios that you're talking about. How should Canada be dividing its time per se, especially since, even with your business, there's so much opportunity right here in North America, but you alluded to the European opportunity and also the natural resources opportunity to Asia.
International investors, and it's great to see the Ambassador of Dubai here sponsoring this. International investors want to invest in Canada. They want to. They just need to know the rules of the game. They need to have transparency, and they need to have confidence that they can actually get things done. And I know there's a lot of talk about corporate taxes, and I think we will actually probably address the corporate tax discrepancy between Canada and the US, hopefully in this next budget. But what really needs to be clear is the regulatory framework to get things done and confidence that people can get things done. These mines, these oil and gas projects, these uranium projects, they take 10, 20, 25 years. And so who's going to allocate capital unless they know they have the framework in place? And we have not, as a country, been good on that. And so that's where we need to get better in my mind.
So at the end of the day, I mean, if you're trying to build your business and figure out where the Canadian economy will be, let's say in 12 months' time, all of these steps leave you somewhat encouraged overall?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, I think what we have to appreciate as Canadians is what's happening in the U.S. is the change is monumental, right? I mean, I just came back from Washington yesterday, and you see how quickly that regulatory environment is changing, which is then attracting capital from other places in the world and attracting capital from Canada. And so we don't have time to waste. I think the Prime Minister appreciates that. And so some of these areas like regulatory, not only for the financial services sector, across the board, needs to make sure we create a competitive playing field with the US to the extent possible so that we're able to attract our fair share of capital as well.
So you've had an interesting career in that, yes, you are leading a bank, but you've been a leader in a number of industries, telecom and energy, industrial equipment as well. So it gives you a pretty good framework for understanding the businesses that make up the Canadian economy. What have you learned about how all those industries work and collectively come together that perhaps people should better understand?
Yeah, so before this job, I was the CEO of Caterpillar's largest dealer, which had operations in Europe, and Latin America. And then before that, I was the CFO of an oil and gas company that had operations in 17 different countries. And what I can tell you is capital goes where capital is welcome. Capital goes where capital is welcome, and it goes really quickly. And so if we create the type of environment that wants to attract capital, we can do that. And this tax issue, which I know has been a discussion, I'll just give you one small example: accelerated depreciation. When I was leading Finning, I would watch as there was changes to the accelerated depreciation rate, which allowed clients then to buy equipment and deduct it quickly. That's a massive change, right? And that's right now in the US, and it's not in Canada. Small example, but you can't have a playing field that's not, when you share a border and you have 80% of your exports going into that country, and you have all of your clients here that have both operations in Canada and the US, you have to have, to the extent possible, a level playing field.
And what about the specific traits for the leaders of all these businesses or within these industries? Obviously, it's helpful when everyone is moving in the same direction, and that includes a federal government level as well. But again, having worked in so many different industries, what do you think it takes to be successful in industry, in business here, and to move the economy forward from that perspective?
I think Canada has such great underlying traits that will allow it to be successful beyond the economic ones that we've talked about. It's got great talent. It's got a great culture. And when I say culture, I mean kind of that social safety net balance with capitalism, which I think is a advantage of Canada. And it's got great values. And so those should not be underestimated as core competencies for this country to attract talent, to attract capital, and to ultimately build world-class businesses. The other thing I would say is we have world-class businesses in this country, right? And I like to think the banks are part of that. But look no further than the manufacturing sector, oil and gas, potash, uranium. We have world-class in this country. We just need to invest behind it, support it, and allow it to flourish. And if we do that, I think the last couple years, which have been very hard since Liberation Day, we will look back at this moment as a really important moment that allowed us to maintain and enhance our economic sovereignty.
I mean, all of this is happening at a time of rapid technological change as well. You talked about the power opportunity through the fact that we need these data centers to fuel this AI revolution, which touches just about every part of our life. And as a CEO, you've got to sort of figure out how AI fits into your own business as well. What do you think Canada should be thinking about, given this rapid pace of technological change, while we're figuring out all these other things?
I mean, listen, I think AI, I think everyone now has accepted that AI is going to change the world. I think there's a debate on, is the current pace of spend and the current frothiness in the markets, is that sustainable? But you compare back to the last big technological innovation around the internet, and despite the fact that you had that internet bubble blow up, you still had that changed the face of how we all work day to day, and that's going to be the case with AI. And so all businesses are going to use that. I think Canada has a real opportunity to create a core competency in this because of the talent, because of the educational system we have, because of the recognition by this government that it's important, and because some of the larger companies, I think, are leading the way in terms of how we deploy AI. And so we do have an opportunity. I think that's one of the industries we should obviously invest behind as we think about the next kind of 10-year journey. And ultimately, that's, for companies like ours, it's going to result in a better client experience. It's going to result in a better, more profitable company, and we're going to have to be really thoughtful about how we manage the labor implications, and that, I think, probably is not being given enough topic of conversation right now. And as a society, we're going to have to be really thoughtful about that.
Yeah, because you were talking earlier about sort of the productivity issue. This has come up for a very long time in Canada. what will be some of the things to think about going forward on how we can improve on that?
Well, listen, I think we have an opportunity right now. We've got a budget coming out on November 3rd. I think everyone's watching with bated breath to see how big the deficit's going to be. I do think fiscal stimulus is going to have to play a big role here in terms of accelerating the next phase for Canada. And I do think we have some capacity to do that. When you think about our debt to GDP relative to other G7 countries, I think we're well placed. I do think the last 10 years of spending hasn't been towards capital projects. I think when you actually allocate fiscal resources to capital projects, you get a big return on that. And so I think that this moment where we will have a big deficit, it will be fiscal spending from the government to accelerate some of these projects that will ultimately allow us to be more productive is going to be part of the puzzle. And then the other part of the puzzle is we're going to have to, as I said, really address the sand in the gears, why it takes us so long to do things, get out of our own way, to allow, free enterprise to allocate their capital to productive uses to increase the overall GDP for the country.
All right. Well, some big opportunities on the way. And Scott, it's great to get your perspective. So thanks very much for talking with us about it today.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you very much to both of these gentlemen for a very engaging conversation and a really excellent way for us to listen into a final discussion here at the Toronto Global Forum. And now, friends, it is only fitting that we should end this event just the way we started it, with closing remarks from Municipal Councillor Shelley Carroll. You remember that Councillor Carroll was with us on Wednesday morning right off the top. Well, she is here again, and I hope that you will give her a warm welcome as she comes to stage.
Catherine, thank you so much, not just for the intro, but for the last 3 days. Can I have a round of applause for Catherine? Thank you so much. Well, I have, it depends on whether or not you are visiting us from outside of Toronto or from here in Toronto. For some of you, it would be good news. For some of you, it would be bad news. I need you to stay here. We can't close the conference today because for some reason, you've become a part of my mojo. The minute this conference started, the Blue Jays began to win. And so, we'll need you to stay here until the World Series is over. Not just the Seattle Series, the World Series. But Nicola, you have been such a brilliant host that I think people would be happy to stay here till the end of the World Host. I have a round of applause for the Remillard family. Yes. Nicola Remillard shared with me the story on the first day of how the Toronto Global Forum came to be 19 years ago. And while I was a counselor at that time, I didn't know the full story. And so I want to thank you very much for sharing that with me, because we're at this conference that at 19 years, really we've seen the culmination of all your efforts. There is nothing like a good crisis to bring us all together with the highest energy ever, and that's what we have felt, and we have all been doing everything we can to keep those bilateral meeting halls busy, to have people taking part in over 40 sessions in which they were learning how to get through what are probably volatile times in the future. 2,500 of you altogether, listening to 135 expert speakers, finding meaningful ways to take action, to enhance your own businesses, your own nations. You have been very good ambassadors, and also joined us in hosting some partners here, the ambassadors from Latin America and many CGs that are with us today. We have also been able to spend some time with the Dominican Republic, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, as we've just learned that we should be doing, and last but not least, of course, in the VIP lounge, South Africa. And we have learned so much about the potential there. Thank you all very much. So I want to thank you for making a journey to Toronto in order to do this, for reminding us that leadership, especially in times of transformation, all of us have been talking about transformation. All of us have come here with whatever is our global vision to see if we have common vision and to see what it can do for the growth potential in each of our nations working together. In every conversation, and I've been here for the whole 3 days, in every conversation, whether in the plenary halls, but the all-important hallway chats as well, one message rang clear, and it's transformation. That is not a moment, but we now know that we should just treat it as a constant and work together towards that transformation. And so that demands courage on all of our parts to act with uncertainty, but also in times like these and the times that will soon be upon us, where we realize all of our potential, the creativity. We know that that becomes a constant. We need it. Certainly with the innovation in the technology world, it's more possible now than ever before. And when someone is incredibly creative, we know that that soon becomes a global idea that all of us can use in our endeavors. With humility, you listened to partner after partner, you learned, and that has truly humbled me. The City of Toronto, like many of your cities and many of your regions, we think stands as an intersection of local responsibility, but also global opportunity. As a city, we're investing in infrastructure, talent, and the innovation ecosystems that enable transformation, from transit and housing to digital services and green energy, many of the endeavors that most of you are interested in being a part of, investing in. And so we also recognize, as we have the conversations here at the Royal York, that no city, no nation can succeed alone. And it's forums like this one, forums provided by the International Economic Forum of the Americas, that make our shared responsibility and our realization of it possible. So I want to take a moment to thank the entire organizing committee. They have always made sure that our needs were met all through the event. I want to thank all of the sponsors. I know in times like this, it's tough to stick your neck out and be a major sponsor of any event, but we have some tremendous sponsors that you've been watching on the screen, and I want to thank all of them for being a part of this, and every individual, every single one, an organization who helped bring this vision to life. We have also been very well served and also always safe because of the Royal York staff and the security staff gathered from all over the city, some of them from my neighborhood even, to make sure that whatever region you're coming from and used to protocol making sure you were safe, IEFA and all of the people that they engaged this week have been able to do that for you here at the Royal York. So thank you all for your work. Thank you all. To any of you who came to just to learn and then ended up stepping up onto the stage to become a moderator, I know what that's like. If you were a facilitator of a discussion because you were attending the forum anyway and you stepped onto to the Jumbotron, thank you so much. You enriched this event. And also, as I close this chapter of the 19th Toronto Global Forum, it's important for me to invite you that this conversation needs to keep going. And so you all sign on to being back here in 2026. Maybe you can help me make the Jays win every year. Thank you. And so, as we bring this forum not to a conclusion, but to that place in which it can continue to be the catalyst, we also invite you, beyond this forum, get on that website and understand what the IEFA is doing around the world in stages throughout the year and throughout every year, because there's potential for you there as well. And if the past 3 days have shown us anything, it is that amongst you and all of your counterparts back at your base, there is no shortage of ideas, no shortage of talent, and most of all, no shortage of will. What the world needs now more than ever is leadership that is rooted in collaboration. not conflict, collaboration. It needs to be rooted in that collaboration, and sometimes that takes courage. Most of all, it takes vision, and we're feeling that from one another in this room. And so I hope that all of you can take this back to your workplaces and use that as a catalyst for the actions you want to take. And reach out to the IEFA at any time. We in Toronto, happy to hear you in the Economic Development Division. Safe travels. I was only joking. We will continue to win, but you're allowed to go home. Thank you.
But you can't go home yet. Thank you very much to Councillor Carroll for her remarks, but also for the hospitality that this wonderful city has shown all of us this week. And I would like to once again offer sincere thanks to the UAE for their support of this luncheon. We're very grateful to them. And to officially close this forum, but also to perform the all-important task of awarding one of you 2 Air Canada tickets, I am pleased to welcome the president of the Toronto Global Forum, Joe Clark, and congratulations to him on a very successful event.
And Catherine, congratulations to you, and thank you so much. You've been lifeblood of this organization for some period of time. So, what you've all been waiting for, the free return airfare economy seats on Air Canada anywhere in Canada. So let's get on with the draw. And I'll let you read it.
Oh, great. Okay, I have the handy task of reading out the number. It is 15918-045. 15918-045. Is there anyone with that number? If it's you, give us a big wave, because otherwise we're going to the next number. One more time, 15918-045. All right.
As many of you in this room know, we celebrated Thanksgiving in Canada Monday. And in that time, the Clark family gave thanks to family, health, friends, and to the health and vitality and beauty and freedom that Canada has. In that same spirit of providing thanks, I wanted to indicate my thanks to a number of people. The leadership of Nick and Francisca at the IEFA is extraordinary. My business relations partner in Toronto, Ali Ponte. The entire IEFA team, I am just the pretty face. They do all the heavy lifting. They have done an outstanding job this year. The speakers, as Shelley has indicated, over 130 speakers from over 40 countries. And they're coming here not for their 10 minutes on stage, they're coming here to do business. And we saw a lot of business being done this year. To our partners, as Shelley has indicated, you are our lifeblood. We're a not-for-profit organization, so you get us going every year, and I really, really want to thank you. And finally, and most importantly to all of you, 2,500 delegates, 25% of you came from countries outside the country, outside Canada. It is so good to have you back year after year. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.